Diddy Combs returns to court for the 9th day of testimony in his sex trafficking and racketeering trial.
Could be a big day. Rapper Kid Cudi, who once dated Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura, expected to take the stand. Good day's Briella Tomasetti outside federal court with what we can expect. Briella, what's happening?
Yeah, Janet Tashani, here's the run of show. Kid Cudi will take the stand immediately after Diddy's former personal assistant, George Kaplan, wraps up his testimony. Kaplan said that he bought drugs twice for Diddy, once in Miami and another time in Los Angeles with cash that Diddy gave him. Earlier in the day, though, we heard from psychologist Dawn Hughes, who testified as a blind expert on abusive relationships, a major component of the prosecution's case. Hughes explained that women who say they're abused often stay in relationships with their abuser, and that many victims wait months, even years, before telling someone what happened to them. Defense attorneys also cross-examined investigator Gerard Gannon, who was the special agent in charge of the raid on Diddy's home in Miami last year. Gannon told the court that his team recovered around 3 dozen bottles of baby oil, gun parts, and drugs. He said 6 people were at the home when it was searched, including a music producer and a property manager. Diddy's lawyers argue evidence in the case reflects domestic violence, but not sex trafficking.
It's a long trial, and we're just getting started. And we have a lot of witnesses to go. We have a lot of weeks to go. And as the summer gets hotter, I'm sure so will the trial.
Today, Kid Cudi will talk about his brief relationship with Cassie Ventura back in 2011. Last week, Ventura told the court that Diddy physically assaulted her when he found out about their relationship. She also said that Diddy threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car, and a police report from the time indicates that Kid Cudi's convertible was set on fire by an incendiary device in early 2012, but Diddy was never linked to that investigation. For now, we're live here in Lower Manhattan. Dan, back to you.
Briella, thank you very much. And our team will continue to provide extensive coverage of the Diddy trial. In one of our latest online videos, our very own Lisa Evers asked a defense lawyer, can Diddy go free? You can watch her deep dives and analysis on the free Fox Local app, available wherever you stream.
I don't know. I guess it's going to bring us up here, I think. I have some type of autoimmune disease going on. It's been attacking my joints and my kidneys. So I go see a new nephrologist next month.
I left the building. I got onto the West Side Highway. I got on the West Side Highway. They're like, oh yeah, you're Testify. Yeah, it's crazy. Go ahead. What's going on with Soto? It's gonna wake up. Whoa! Right. How you doing? Good. We have when this trial's over, but other than that, we're good. Yeah, seriously. You know? And the rain is over. Good. Maybe. Too much of that this past couple of weeks.
I think so.
you. Good, good.
I'll put one of these pockets in here. This jacket comes with 18 pockets.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.
I said, I made this spaghetti at home and I just used your cup and your water. How much did the cup cost and the hot water cost? She came right over to me and said, did you pay for that soup? Miss, I made this at home. It looks good though, right? Is the camera rolling? Oh, it's got Jiffy mix on top. It's like lasagna and a side of cake. I made it last night. It's delicious. How much spaghetti? We better than medical. We got better benefits and everything better than FBI. And they want to see the fucking MTA employee packed up so they could get a payday. Not on my watch, but the gas. Not the gas. The gas man. 3 days later, well, 3 calls on my neck.
You're in the back, right? Sorry about that. Yeah, I was so excited to get into the beach on Saturday.
Oh, wow.
How's it going?
Who's coming today at the press recording?
He's not coming out for a while.
Good luck. What you doing?
Thank you. You too. Good Friday. Hey, I'm gonna go up front. I just have a feeling something's going up. Yeah. I'm just gonna take my cup of my phone. They want me to do a cystectomy break.
Yeah, they're all dry. Then I just stopped back to basically what the thing was like at the front portion. You see all one of these tiles you do and it collects water. So you step on it, it soaks. So I was walking completely dry. I just went back there now to get this chair and I entered and I stepped on it. But it's really not as bad.
My sticks in my bag are down there. I set up with the DJ.
Oh, sorry.
Put it off.
Yeah.
I did harness mine. What do you mean?
Is this stuff set up for the Diddy trial?
Yeah.
And do you know, like, what the... Is it every day this is blocked off for that? Or
No, not every day. I mean, most of the media is in front of
in front of the courthouse? Okay. And, like, usually this space here is open?
Yeah, I mean, this is
It's always like this.
federal court block.
Yeah. Okay, if we tried to do, like, a press conference for Diddy.
Is it related?
Yeah.
I mean, you would want to do it in front.
But it's unrelated to Diddy. That's why. Like there's congestion.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, there's a federal court.
So everybody's pooling resources this week. I'm a pool camera, so like offended. It's cool. I feel circumstances. So I certainly teach. I don't really in your position. Everybody's used to shooting.
Yeah.
If you let everybody know, otherwise, probably like.
Right. There's a.
I can interview you right now with my phone.
Oh, no.
And post it in our Slack channel. That way the reporters can see.
Oh, no, it's okay. That's all right. I just kind of see this.
I mean, two things are going to happen. If you try to hold a press conference up there, the marshals are going to know.
Yeah.
Unless you're somebody, unless you're.
Well, we could get that.
This is federal. You can hold it and hold it and then tell everybody about it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I mean, I'm sure, like, I think everybody knows that there's congestion pricing. Who are you with?
You know if there's stuff on Tuesday for the Diddy trial?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But not the whole trial has gone pooled. So there are other crews available.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's probably not for us, right? Thank you. I thought for sure it was a goner. Almost.
Excuse me, that's weird. 31 Chambers Street.
31 Chambers?
Yeah, 31 Chambers.
Or just Chambers. Chambers is good enough.
Yeah. So go here to Foley Square, go left, and then make a right on Chambers. Thank you.
That way.
Blue jeans, and a black leather jacket. Walk straight to the witness and sits down, and immediately the prosecutor asks him, "What is your name?" He tells him, "This name is black, it's Cudi." But what people know that, okay. Prosecutor shows his addition of Cassie the jury on the screen of the jury to see who's the person. That's Cassie. Then she shows a picture of another woman. I mean, shows a picture of Sean Capricorn. Then she shows a picture of Capricorn. We can be different since this is Capricorn, this Capricorn, still in Cassie. Then the prosecutor is right here. Okay. Goes to himself and lays down the jury that Cassie made him a friend. Gave him up to the left, and then goes to the front and asks him questions about he tells him there's a relationship. She and I dated. We dated since 2011. We spent time at the family's home. And one holiday, we both get to start talking about the influence of history. Wait. Apparently, Cassie's friend Capricorn, this is report while he's acting. It says that Puffy and another individual is inside his apartment right now. Mind you, Cassie is with Cudi apparently at a hotel. So Capricorn calls, apparently Capricorn drives the car to his apartment. And that's kind of crazy because that's Cassie's friend. How did that happen? In any event, he tells the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that when he realized that Puffy was at his apartment, he calls Puffy on the phone. Puffy answers the phone and says, what the fuck you doing in my phone? Puffy responds, I want to talk to you. So Cudi leaves Cassie and races to the apartment. He gets to his apartment. He notices that security cameras are moved away from where they normally position at. He goes upstairs, he finds his phone locked into the bathroom, doors jittery, then he comes back downstairs and goes to the police. Then he goes Puffy again. He wants to see Puffy. He wants to fight Puffy. He testifies to lady go to police. At that point, he wanted to fight Puffy. The fight never happened. In any event, he still made a fish report, email, and basically told the story about it. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, they have you don't really understand, ladies and gentlemen. 15 minutes, and it owns the prosecutor already in. Studies from the court examined by Brian Still. Brian Still already gave three objections, and I think it's like research. Brian's going to let me make it pass, but that's Kid Cudi really tell how to find out the Puffy was talking. And when the dog in the bed, Puffy doesn't hear the check. But Puffy comes to the police. Wonder why Puffy doesn't hear the check. This ladies up is pretty cool. Kid Cudi, this no words. He said also that there were times afterwards that him and Puffy was texting. Puffy was texting him saying he wanted to meet him. He wanted to talk to him. He was talking. He said, I didn't really want to talk to him after I realized he was my dog. So he was very upset about what he did to his phone. So this ladies up, it's one down right now. So I came out this teacher, I was doing a 6 by. I found some.
And then Cudi was like, thought about it. He's like, you know, I don't know. Call the police. And calls. And then he went to Cassie. Then he saw.
How are you? I'm with Court TV, just trying to get arrivals and exits and witnesses.
I have associated
Maybe, but I think it's like really risky. You have my umbrella that close to my face. What's your name? Ted, I'm Jess. Nice to meet you. That's what we were talking about. That way. I know there's like a 10-minute break though, so I'm not going to right this second.
Well, I mean, most parts of the back
Right.
All the witnesses, for the most part, driven up here in the morning, out of the car.
Oh, so in your experience, even after the witnesses have come in?
Typically, the only witness I can get out of the car.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
Oh, I don't know, but I know what you mean. Yeah.
get out of work and walk. For the most part,
Exactly. Today, come in and play all day. Isla and I don't know what I'm called.
no, we're just.
Yeah. Hi, how are you? I know that's different. I was going to say, I'm also just in case you end up hearing or you're like bored. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to be here before. So this guy is on the blue one. And she's done. I used to work desk for her. She said she had to go on. I know she talked about
Well, the cards.
Alright, are you good? I mean, the surefire is not right now. You want an alley right here, right on the side.
Oh, yeah.
Whether they come in, whether they walk through here or go in the front or get out on the front. That's cool.
Even for witnesses too, there's no way to get in here at all for witnesses. Oh my God, thank you for that info. I didn't know if witnesses have like special something, like waiting for them back here.
No, there's this.
Oh, so that is it. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
You're set.
Right.
Yeah, and if somebody wants to speak to me,
Oh, 100%.
I mean, I'll just stop her.
My left.
You guys change your name back.
Yeah, I'm just freelancing with them, so I can't really answer any questions higher than like what I'm doing here today. But I think so. I think they're not confused. And I think they either bought or wrote scripts also. But scripts is like part of our location also.
$3 million for
Okay. Again, I spent 15 years at CNN, so if you have any questions about CNN, you can ask me those. Oh, I was laid off. My last day was April 25th, so we had like 100 people in our layoff. I was a guest booker for a primetime show, so they were like in that round. They were laying off primetime shows down. They're going back to streaming, so some people got hired back, you know, in the streaming realm or other things, but you know, 6 months, and they're moving a lot of jobs. You can see Atlanta just to save some money, and there's talk, break that on.
The mic's playing.
Oh, okay. There's talk of anyway, I lost my anything juicy is gone. I just lost my Oh, there's something they have to sell housing yards, like offices or whatever. Such expensive real estate. There's lots to see like habits. But I think ABC, you know, when they place their office in like the west side, it's great. I feel like that's my place.
Yeah, I mean, we need a studio somewhere.
Yeah.
It's just
but yeah, you know, we don't know more with less.
Yeah.
There's contracts, so things aren't going to end before these contracts end. So when everybody talks about like finding people and things like that, it's like, oh yeah, it's right end, but until these contracts, because that's maybe it's 5 years, you know, maybe it's 10 years, but it's not tomorrow. We can talk about it. It's not tomorrow, but it becomes so much I don't think right now we're just terrifying. Tell me your name once more. Ted, Jess.
You might want to walk around that.
Stay to the left. What a huge lawsuit waiting to happen.
Somebody for Diddy?
No, he's in custody.
He's not here at court today? Because Cassie and
He's in court, but he's not going to come out.
I know he ain't coming out, thank God. But they up there now? No floor?
I don't know.
Anybody can go up in there?
Well, the courtroom's full, but you can go probably to the overflow courtroom. It's missing.
That's the mission building right here?
You got to go in the front door.
The front door is this way?
Yeah.
I'm trying.
Hey, this is a printer for you. Yeah, you're right. It looks like it's Roberto, wow, S-A-L. Definitely is not. Or you can go at least 2 feet up.
Oh no, sorry. Are they live on air? Okay, I'll do that. I'll do it ready.
No. Serves on March or whatever. So we've got more to go. Are you going to transcribe that?
I don't know. See the audio? That's what's there. Everybody's on.
Ain't nobody was acting Dougie when Diddy was free, bro. Diddy was free. Niggas was not thugging out Diddy, bro. Now let's start niggas with a thug Diddy out. Bro, that's what you did. That Diddy did. When Diddy was free, ain't nobody want to say came in the building, you see Diddy like a Marvel superhero like this at the window. Lucky he had him some drugs. Great, you know, Diddy had some baby oil on his ass. Great, some baby oil on my ass. Oils on my ass.
I'm leaving now. According to my wave, that I should be treated to.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks for meeting us.
Let's check it out.
Hey, Aaron. Kid Cudi's probably going to walk out the front. That's how he came in.
I got him. Dion was out there, and
That's a cool camera, by the way. Yeah, man. Every other witness has come back. Every other witness has gotten in the car, right there, walked up. Oh yeah, no, I've listened to him. And I knew that song, but I didn't know his name. That's a good song. Are they on break or something? How can you walk that way? That's not on break. Under questioning by Combs' lawyer, my seal, Cudi acknowledges that he's under cross. Acknowledges that the door is something locked. Usually yes, but I'm not getting. I'm not today. He's gonna go out. Yeah. No, I mean, that's why you. Okay. I mean, I'm going to get you some stuff. Yeah, I'm going to.
And I'll just wait for
I'm sure they're going to hire him for something else. Sorry, I need the money. Not much, like once a month.
Yes, I think so. Something weird going on with it. No, it's mine is over already. No, they don't have anything to do.
I like when I showed you the
George, are you sorry, are you driving? Did you drive here?
I did try. I was hungry.
Last time Diddy I did see that. They were like, strike that, strike that, strike that.
You're right. We don't have to. Yeah, I know. I'm still so it's not that to check in.
Is that the only place you saw it? Oh, wait. Who? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly. Can you just post it and put a generic like 3-line caption really quick so that we're not late on it so Andy doesn't say that about the like.
No, I started at there. I done Cudi's done Testify. He's gonna be like, it's to me.
Because he said it because after the court they decided to be on that. I don't want to just post it. Like, I just want to give content to that the point or not.
Go give yourself a
Angie, can you post a picture of Cudi today right here?
I know where we. Yes, I'm right where exactly outside the courthouse. If I get there.
Cudi testified, Diddy proceeded. Let's post it. I'm gonna send you this, but just literally put whatever Kid Cudi calls or just says Diddy look like Marvel Cudi. Cudi testified and Diddy proceeded.
So he's got a leather jacket on, jeans. Yeah, I mean, you can pick up your phone and actually walk off your own. just left out.
He left at the front.
He's leaving out the front right at this moment. It's still running.
Thank you.
I like that song, but I think the melody gets that song weird. We're gonna fix that song. Oh, that is good. Very well. It's done.
Anything, I doubt it.
Inner City Flex.
Hey, Matt. How are you? Good to see you. I know.
Every day.
Yeah, you were on that.
And he's gone, right?
He's gone.
For all the. Are you going home or are you gonna?
I have to do a debrief and then I'm probably gone.
You haven't got shut it up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm curious. Oh yeah. What's that now? What's that? I didn't even bother. Oh, that's so funny.
You showed him, right?
Yeah, I know. He didn't. Yes. Hello? Oh shoot, hold on. My AirPod's not connected. Give me 1 second. Sorry.
I would have never.
Sorry, I'm trying to reconnect my AirPods. I don't know what's going on. Oh no. Maybe I'm not in range. This is so weird. It just dropped out of range. Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. I think it's connecting. All right. Give us 1 more second and I'll jump back on.
this. I was like, maybe it's because I didn't connect it on this. Whatever. I guess. Okay, it's really windy. But yeah, but I was there. I got all of Kid Cudi's testimony, so I was there for a little bit.
Just here, I guess I'm looking for the last one.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
You go out there and break it. Break first.
There's no reason for me to stay back here, right, Jerry?
I don't think so. He's not going to come back.
You know what? I should tell Dignan she's here 6 in the morning, go home, and I'll stay for the rest of the day, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was good. I already had it on my phone.
Oh, you did? Okay.
I don't know where.
I used it once. Luke complained about it. I said, Luke, he looks better and it's easier to get a shot. I'm not worried about you.
What was he saying?
He's saying, oh, well, part of the end and part of the you, something. I even forget what his argument was. It's like, Luke, I'm not out to make your life easy. I'm out to make my life easy. Yeah.
Right here. Driving those things.
We saw Kid Cudi testify, and it was fairly quick. It took a portion of the morning, and during opening statements, the prosecutors gave us a little bit of a taste about his break-in that involved Diddy, an assistant, and one of his associates. Well, when Kid Cudi, aka Scott Messi, took the stand, it turns out that Diddy was the one that broke into his house, kidnapped one of his employees, Clark, with an associate, went over there looking for Cassie. And this was after Long found out about this relationship that was going on between Kid Cudi and Cassie. And look, Kid Cudi said he was a little confused. Cassie had told him that she and Sean Paul were broken up, you know, they were on and off again. So when he got this call from Cassie where she was very, very upset and alarmed, this was in 2011, he went to pick her up, he took her to a hotel, and it turns out she gave Sean Paul Kid Cudi's address and came out. That was a little confusing. So Kid Cudi finds out that Sean Paul is at his house because Capricorn Clark, his assistant, calls him and Cassie from the driveway in the car, very scared, and says, look, Holmes is in the house. Now, Kid Cudi gets very upset. He says he's going over there. So he drives over there and he says that he calls Sean Holmes and he says, hey, mother effer, why are you in my house? And Diddy says something like, I just want to talk. Now, when he gets to the house, Diddy's no longer there. He notices that, nothing is broken, nothing is out of place, but he did have some Christmas presents for his family in Chanel boxes. Those were unwrapped on the kitchen table, and his dog walked in the back. He also noticed that the surveillance cameras outside his house appear to be pointed down. Now, after this, he leaves. He sees that he's getting text messages from Holmes, and he thinks to himself, okay, I don't really know if I want to get involved here because who knows if he has weapons, whatever. So he actually calls the police and files a police report. Now, we've discussed this in December of 2011. Kid Cudi and Cassie go to Cassie's family home in Connecticut for the holidays. Sean Holmes still is texting Kid Cudi, trying to get a meeting with him. And Cudi ignores him. And then Cassie ends up breaking up with him on his trip. He returns back to LA, and a month later, in January 2012, he's about 45 minutes away from his house, Kid Cudi, and his dog babysitter calls him and says, your car is on fire in the driveway. A Molotov cocktail has somehow been thrown in the car. We then see pictures of the car. The roof is broken in or sunken in with a hole in it. The inside is all charred. He calls the police, files the police report, and then a few days later, he says, okay, that's it. I'm contacting Holmes for him out. So they have a meeting at the LA Soho House. He describes D-Rock, the security guard that we've heard about multiple times, ushering him into this room, and this got a lot of laughs, Nancy. He described Holmes as facing this big window in the room with his back towards him, his hand behind his back, and he actually said he looked like a Marvel supervillain. So he said also that Diddy's demeanor was so calm that it was almost bizarre to offer him water twice. And they work it out, and then at the later conversation, and it happened later, by the way. And at the end of the conversation, Cudi says they shook hands, and while their hands were clasped, he said, well, what about my car? And Diddy basically was like, I don't know anything about your car. And they let their hands go, and then, they kind of walked out, and that was that. And he said he hadn't seen him until a few years later. He saw him again at the Soho House, and this time, Diddy was with his two daughters, and he apologized to Kid Cudi and said, look, I'm sorry for everything that happened, anything that went on between us. But Nancy, when Brian Steele got up to do the cross-examination, he pointed out a couple things. That's his job. But he pointed out that during the break-in, Kid Cudi's door, no damage to it, the door was wide open and anybody could have walked in. He also pointed out that there were DNA or fingerprint pulls from the investigation into the car blow up, and those that DNA was actually, it belonged to a female.
Okay, let me understand something. So, after the whole Cassie and Taylor relationship, what happened
Yes, Cassie. This is Cassie. She said that this was discussed and he was going to do it when one of Kid Cudi's friends were present. And I believe someone else did see that in the driveway. I have to go back to my notes, but I believe after the fact it wasn't just the dog sitter, someone else saw it. But I'll go back and check. But it definitely, the dog sitter, she took pictures right away.
Okay, so how did Kid Cudi discover the sitting in his place?
Capricorn Clark, I guess she was an assistant of Diddy's, but she also was friends with Cassie and then became friends with Kid Cudi. She called from the driveway in the car. She stayed in the car while Diddy and an associate went in. And Kid Cudi had her on speakerphone, so Cassie could hear as well. And he described her as being scared and upset.
Okay, so Diddy's assistant, Kid Cudi, says, come to see your place. And the cross-examination on that was
Well, the cross-examination was that, look, nothing was destroyed, nothing was broken, the door was wide open, no one was entering. And, the cross-examination by Brian Steele, I couldn't actually believe what he got Kid Cudi to say. He actually got him to say that both he and Sean Combs were played by Cassie. I mean, it was, I guess it was back and forth. Yeah. I know the job of defense attorneys, and I have to say, we all just, as laymen out there, we knew what was going on, most of us. We pay attention to pop culture. We kind of knew about this, but I felt like what Brian Steele was able to get out of Kid Cudi in terms of, not having the exact proof that Diddy did this, we had everything else. We had everything within the circumstance that he did this. And Brian Steele, again, he did his job. He got Kid Cudi to say that he was in love with Cassie, and he got him to say that he did feel almost quote unquote played, which yes was victim blaming, absolutely. The fact that he got him to say that, I felt like elicited a few little mini gaps in the courtroom. Well, I would say if I had to pick a defense win there, it would be one, for him to agree multiple times that he felt like Cassie kind of pulled the wool over his eyes because she wasn't totally honest with him about her relationship with Holmes. That would be one. The second, Of course. Oh my gosh. Of course. Listen, I am not arguing that. I'm just trying to pick out what I feel like could be considered a defense win here. So that was one, and then the other one, and then the other one was him saying, well, there was DNA pulled, from the scene of your car, the Molotov cocktails. Did the police ever tell you that this came from a female? And Kid Cudi said, no, they never shared that with me. So it was kind of silent for a minute. And also, Brian Steele, he got up there and he was complimenting Scott Mescudi, Kid Cudi. He was kind of making him smile and embarrassing him a little bit. And at one point there was a sidebar, and when they came back from the sidebar, Kid Cudi even goes, oh, Mr. Steele, I just want to clarify something for you. And the judge is like, no, you can't talk. And it was this whole moment because, you know, they all seem to have this good rapport. Yeah. Right. Well, and we heard that from George Kaplan actually yesterday during his testimony. He had to clean up baby oil off the table, off the floor, whatever. But I have a feeling, Nancy, that we are going to hear possibly from the person who had to do this for him. Because I mean, at this point, I guess it's like you have all the circumstances pointing to Diddy being responsible for this. We just don't have a paper trail, and who knows if that's going to matter in the end. Again, we're on the second week here, so we've got a lot to get through. But I'm very curious if we're going to see, these breadcrumbs leading someone in his enterprise responsible for this by his directive.
Big stories for you.
Big stories, short stories, or yes. I don't know what we care about anymore. Yeah. What? And I had this story that I shot on Monday. Just didn't take time to edit. I know it's not a great story, but you know, I had another story, a joyful story about a 97-year-old Holocaust survivor going back to college.
Well, I don't know if you were aware, but George Kaplan actually was sentencing this offender, or so we thought the last couple of days. We had heard this discussed in the courtroom, and then he got a plea, and I believe this was for him testifying about buying drugs for John Paul. And then we knew that David Cudi also got a proffer and got immunity. So I'm not surprised here. I feel like they're definitely a little more. However, I do want to point this out, and I know you're not going to like this, Nancy, but both of the assistants, David James and George Kaplan, they showed Diddy respect. They gave him a head nod. I mean, George Kaplan this morning, before he got off the stand, he actually talked about how, Diddy instilled certain work ethics in him that he still uses today. I was a little confused about some of it. It was...
I know what's put on YouTube.
No, I said you want to be happy.
I mean, what they're saying is violence. Right, that's part of it.
Yeah, and okay, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
We've heard a lot of stuff so far about trafficking from Cassie, not just today, right?
My hands are frozen. Sorry, guys.
I'll send you the transcripts. I'll read them. I mean, they're 3 pages a day. You can see how much they talk.
That's so good.
Hey, then, we told that if I like dying shot, except that's and we were really fucking
Yeah, that's Joy Discovery Monday. I've got 3 of them. They keep getting closed down. I'm trying to shoot them. Yeah. All right. Okay, it's not us. No, it's not us. I think we're in this era right now. Absolutely.
Well, yes. No. Actually, you caught me at the Diddy trial. So it's probably not a good time to tell you that.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Thanks for watching. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah, I think a few minutes. We don't do enough of
All right. This is unfortunately credentialed only. If you want to go back, have some lunch. Yeah. Definitely do it.
I'll be in there.
Okay, sounds good, man. No, the camera's going without.
Where's
For Rossi.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
You're part of this.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not. They're not a risk of being gay.
Yeah.
They're like ladybugs. They're 3 days.
Now they live a long time. For babies.
I'm sure it's important. They come up in every town hall, and every and like we were just talking about. Yeah, I just sent a text out about we're supposed to. Sent a text about what? And you said more than 200 people applied for the job.
Hi everyone, lunchtime update. It's like winter and I don't have my earphones, they died, so hopefully you can hear me. Now I'm going to skip through George Kaplan and the rest of his testimony. I'm going to go through that later because I really want to update you guys on his testimony today. It did not disappoint. There's a lot of little things that I want to tell you about that were really funny on the stand, little quirks. U.S. versus Sean Combs. Diddy, J9, and I want to just get through Kid Cudi really quick, so I'm going to skip telling you guys what happened with George Kaplan, the assistant on the stand this morning. I'll do that later with my afternoon update. So, Kid Cudi, aka Scott Destiny, I was waiting for Diddy to just follow him as he got to the witness stand.
Vito's going away.
He sat back.
No, he's somebody
didn't
that's
really
falling off
react,
the face of
and
the earth.
he's
Trying to get
wearing
in touch with
a
him.
leather jacket, had
He may have
earrings,
gone to Jamaica
and
by now.
he's been pretty relaxed, in my opinion.
That's what he said.
And so during his direct,
So he's
he
actually
testified that his Cassie, they dated briefly in 2011. They worked on his music together, and he said that Cassie told him the song and all the things on the phone. And at the time that they were dating, Cassie was not home at all. So one evening, that I'm talking about, Diddy finds out that Cassie and Kid Cudi are seeing each other through an email that had gone her phone or something like that. And also, during opening statements, the prosecutor made us aware of.
Are you aware? Is it work tomorrow or not?
Lunchtime update. It's basically winter. We are day 9, and I'm going to skip through George Kaplan, Diddy's former assistant's testimony right now, just to get through Kid Cudi. I'm going to give you all those details during my later recap at the end of the day. But let's start with Kid Cudi, aka Scott Destiny. So he walked into the courtroom, seemed very relaxed, wearing a leather jacket, had an earring on, and I thought maybe Diddy was going to kind of like him all the way as he got to the witness stand. He didn't. He kind of just sat back in his chair. So Kid Cudi testified that he met Cassie, they dated, they worked on music together, and he said that he thought that Cassie and Diddy were on again, off again, but at the time that he was seeing Cassie, which we found out was pretty much about a year. Oh, and also he got up there and said, but he said that he was under the impression that she was totally off again with Holmes for that entire year. So, and we all know that Diddy found out about Cassie coming from her testimony when Diddy found these emails on her phone to Capricorn Clark or one of Kid Cudi's assistants, something about her grocery bag at his house. So we hear about this. We hear about this night that, oh, by the way, nothing to jump around again, but when the prosecution had their opening statement, they mentioned involving Diddy's assistant that was kidnapped out of that night and was supposed to go break into someone's home to look for Cassie, and it turns out it was Kid Cudi's home. We'll get there. So he goes back to that evening, December 2011. He says that, you guys can hear me, it's so windy. He says Cassie calls him very upset in stress, saying, Sean Combs found out, and she's panicking, and she says, come again. So he goes to get her, and he takes her to a hotel. He takes her to the Sunset Marquee. He thought that would be better to be on the radar, but then he later says that for whatever reason, Cassie gave Diddy and maybe she felt like she was forced to, maybe he was threatening her. That's just a guess. I can never do that. Just wondering why she would do that. So they're at the hotel, and then they get a call from Capricorn. And Capricorn, although she works for Diddy, she's good friends with Cassie. So Kid Cudi describes that Capricorn is on speakerphone, and he was calling them from the car in the driveway of Kid Cudi's house. And she says, like Diddy's in there with an associate. They woke me up out of bed. They forced me here. They're in the house. So Kid Cudi is pretty mad, and he's like, what the hell? So he gets in the car. He drives over to his house, and he says, oh, Diddy. And he goes, why are you in my house? And he just said, I just want to talk to you. And then Kid Cudi says, I'm on my way over. I wrote all this down. And then Sean Combs says, I'm over here waiting. So he arrives at the house. He also says that the security cameras, they normally point a certain way. They were pointing down for whatever reason. And but he goes inside and he says nobody was there. All that he noticed was that there were Christmas presents for his family on the table. They were Chanel, that's all he remembers, they were open. And that his dog was locked in the bathroom, like behind the bathroom door. So, he also said that his dog kind of had PTSD from that incident. Sorry, of being locked in there. Okay, so, sorry, next page. Oh, alright, so, okay, so he calls Diddy after and he says, where are you? And then, I guess Sean Combs says, yeah, I'm on my way. And I don't know, he said that things went through his mind, like, should I stay here? Should I do something? Whatever. Or should I meet him? And he said after going through all of this, he said, no, I'm not going to do it myself. I don't know his weapons. I don't know anything. So he said that he called the police. The police went to his home, and they made a report of the break-in, and that was that for now. So we went back to Cassie. She was distressed. That was her demeanor. We went to Connecticut for the holidays, and when he was in Connecticut, he described that snotting. Sorry, I feel like, oh my gosh, I've been snotting this whole time. I'm really sorry. It's really cold. So Kid Cudi describes that he was texting while he was in Connecticut, like, what did he say? I just want to get to the bottom of it. I was really dark about all this stuff. And so he's texting Kid Cudi, and he's just like, I want nothing to do with this. He doesn't respond to it. And then Cassie ends up breaking up with him. I don't know how they survived this one. He goes back to LA, and then we found out that Cassie was here and all that stuff. And so now we're January of 2012, and he said he's 45 minutes away from his house. He said he's at his ex-girlfriend's sister's house, and his daughter calls him and says that his car is on fire.
Listen up.
And
you're a reporter? Yeah. I'm giving you a tip. Only me. All right? About 3 o'clock today, they're going to hit the court and get PBA out. All right? Tell nobody I told you.
He drives over there, and you can see pictures. The whole thing is destroyed. They go
I'm myself.
His own cars on the inside. And he says the Molotov cocktail is, it's an explosive bottle with inflammatory liquid lit on fire. And then I wrote down that he dawned on the stand. Oh yeah, and then his friend Chip sent photos of the car. I guess his friend Chip was nearby, and so he calls the cops, and he makes a report. Oh, okay. So then, the prosecutor says, "What was your reaction to your car being set on fire?" And he goes, It was actually kind of funny. Okay, so he says immediately that's that. He reaches out and he says, "Let's meet." So he says that D-Rock brings him to the court. He says says that he walked in and he had the funniest moments in the world. He said that Diddy was basically like,
Would you say it's gonna happen?
these glass windows, and he turned around with his hands like behind his back, and he goes, he looks like a Marvel. And then he said that Diddy's ear was so long, it was almost before. He said that he was he basically say that, and he just said it's how bizarre. And basically, you know, they said they worked it out where, you know, Kid Cudi said, I didn't realize we're still dating, I'm sorry, it's over, blah, blah, blah. Worked it out, they shake hands, and Kid Cudi says, wow, you know, their hands were so clasped. He said, what about my car? And Diddy just said essentially, sorry. Diddy said,
he had on his black leather jacket and an earring in his ear and strolls up to the witness stand. The jurors paid close attention. That developed even a year earlier. In that they apparently had a lot of conversations where she did share news to him that he had been abused by Combs. And then they finally developed a real, you know, romantic relationship in December of 2011. And one day, Cassie, you know, messaged him that Combs had found out about the relationship and asked where he lived. And she had given him the address. And then she asked him to come and pick her up, and he did. He took her to a hotel in West Hollywood. And then Combs, actually another assistant to Combs, called out to him from a car where she said she had been kidnapped by Combs and one of his security people, and forced to go to Kid Cudi's home. And so Kid Cudi, you know, said he was going to race over there. But when he got there, Combs was not present. But all these Christmas gifts, apparently, that were inside his house had been opened, and his dog was locked in a room. Not locked in a room, but in a room with the door closed, which he said, you know, never would happen normally. And then his car, after he and Cassie agreed to break off the relationship over those Christmas holidays, he then found out that his car was firebombed one day. And soon after that, he met up with Combs. They had arranged a meeting at a public place. And he said at the very end of the meeting, he brought up the firebombing. It was actually a Molotov cocktail that was put in the passenger seat of the car outside his home, and it caught on fire. And he said Combs acted as if like he didn't know what he was talking about. And the prosecutor, at the very end of the examination, you know, that had gone back and forth between the prosecution and the defense, asked him what his understanding was of what Combs said to him about the car. And he said, I think he was lying. And that was the end of his testimony, Kid Cudi's. And what was fascinating right then was the defense would have had an opportunity to ask a couple more questions, because defense lawyers and prosecutors always want to get the last word on a witness if they can. It leaves a final impression on the jury. And two lawyers right at Combs' side looked toward him, and Combs just shook his head and said no. And then the lawyers announced to the court that there would be no more questioning of Kid Cudi. In that moment, it just illustrated how involved Combs is in his defense.
So, let's talk about that because it's so interesting. Obviously, he is directing all of this, and the attorneys who he's paying massive amounts of money to are, of course, going to listen to him. But what does that indicate to you? Because you've been covering this, you know how all of this works in terms of, like you said, attorneys want to get the last word in. Does this indicate to you, and give us your reaction of the jury, because you can actually see the jury's reaction? Did they seem to really connect with what Kid Cudi was saying, and maybe that's why they wanted to get him off the stand as quickly as possible, because the longer he spoke, perhaps the more damaging testimony he might bring forth?
Well, I would say the jury was relatively the same as they've been with every witness, incredibly attentive. I have to say, if you give me 10 trials, I'll tell you 9 times out of 10, at least one juror will start falling asleep during testimony, or they'll seem not to really be paying attention. This jury is focused for every second and very attentive. They took notes throughout Kid Cudi's testimony. They were focused on him. They were very attentive. There were, I believe there was one moment where there was, he said something kind of crude in response to something Combs had done, and there was laughter in the courtroom, and a couple of jurors smiled.
Anything else in particular, was it a particular moment, anything that really stood out to you today? Obviously, we had the former employee wrapping up his testimony, and of course, all eyes were then on Kid Cudi. But anything that really struck you as unusual, or something that you think is going to be potentially a defining moment right here? And we did want to just let our viewers know we did lose that shot right here. So we're going to work to get that back. But in the meantime, this is a very rainy view of downtown New York City. But anyway, before I interrupted with that, what really stood out to you today?
Oh, well, one thing that was fascinating, before Kid Cudi ever took the stand, there was more animation than I've ever seen during the trial so far by Combs, when one of his former assistants, George Kaplan, was on the stand finishing his testimony that he started yesterday. And Kaplan, who was a very reluctant witness, he said the last place he wanted to be today was in court, talked glowingly on cross-examination about the way he felt working for Sean Combs, that Combs was an icon and it was his dream. He'd always been a fan of Combs since he was a kid. And there were numerous moments where Sean Combs was nodding his head, where he was reacting. He even smiled in one moment. At one point, Kaplan recalled that every birthday that was from Notorious B.I.G., every time, he also knows Biggie, every time his birthday comes around, Combs would have a holiday and all of his employees would get off. And, the witness, because his birthday would have been yesterday, was like, if I was still working for Combs, I would have been off yesterday. And Combs was like nodding his head. And there was another moment where he had testified that, that Combs was more, he had his 2 girlfriends. He had Cassie and another girlfriend, Gina. But he also had the mother of his 3 children. And, at the moment when Kaplan testified that, he really cared about her and really loved her, and she has since died. She died unexpectedly. Combs was just nodding his head.
I mean, really interesting testimony. Before we let you go, Larry, do we know who's going to take the stand next?
I believe the next witness is a woman who was a makeup artist, who presumably would have helped cover up some of the bruises that Cassie experienced, at the hands of Combs, according to her testimony. And I believe there'll be about 4 more witnesses. Prosecutors say they'll all be fairly fast witnesses, but that included Kid Cudi, and he was on for an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, we have maybe 2 to 3 hours left. They're going to have to go through these witnesses at a rapid pace. It's going to be really interesting to see what happens. But we appreciate you. I know that you're going to head back in court because lunch has pretty much wrapped up. We're going to check back in with you at the very end of the day to get your final thoughts as we look ahead then to next week. So we appreciate you as always, Larry, to join us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Another live look there of New York City and, a dreary day as well right here. We are going to share with you right here some of the latest information as we do, just to get you back up to speed, to share with you the very latest as we pull that up there on our screen. We are going to let you just read this just for a moment and then do a full recap as we look ahead. So as we await testimony to resume right here, I did want to give you the very latest information. We were just talking with Larry Neumeister, an Associated Press reporter right there, talking about, what he observed in terms of, Sean Diddy Combs, but also Kid Cudi and the jury. And he was stating that Sean Diddy Combs was very animated, at the very beginning of the testimony right here, as his former personal assistant spoke out, finishing his testimony for the day. And so we did want to just share a little bit about this. Keep in mind that the personal assistant, the former employee, did not want to appear. And in fact, when he showed up at the court yesterday, he declared his intent to invoke the Fifth Amendment. However, the judge granted him immunity. He is considered a reluctant witness rather, because he really didn't want to testify. This is George Kaplan. But also interesting is, just to let you know, is that his immunity deal will not protect him from prosecution if he lied on the stand. So he was subpoenaed. He stated that he did not want to be there. The Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey emphasizing that the immunity order protects him from any crimes that he committed in the past, but will not protect him if he lies on the stand in Diddy's trial. So he continued to testify, stating that he quit working with the rapper because he didn't feel comfortable fixing certain situations. He testified that he once saw Cassie with bruises on her face. He claimed there was a second incident that happened at Diddy's home after the alleged physical altercation on a plane to Las Vegas in 2015. And she actually allegedly called him via the intercom in the home, stating that he went through the bedroom to the rapper, Sean Diddy Combs, who was in the bathroom. The former personal assistant testifying that Cassie was on the bed with her head in her hands. He testified that he saw Cassie with injuries to her face, and that is when Sean Diddy Combs allegedly asked Kaplan to go and pick up over-the-counter lotion remedies to reduce swelling. So Kaplan testified that he went to CVS and picked that up. He also testified that he left his job as Combs' assistant back in 2015 because he wasn't comfortable and, aligned with the physical behavior right there. But, I did mention that there was an incident. He testified on a plane going to Las Vegas. I wanted to give you a little bit more information about that. Kaplan explaining that he witnessed Sean Diddy Combs being physically violent on the plane to Vegas. He explained that there was a partition that Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie were sitting behind, and that is when Kaplan said that he heard glass break. He looked over his shoulder, and he testified that he saw Sean Diddy Combs standing over Cassie. He testified Combs had a glass in his hand over her, and Cassie kept screaming, "Isn't anybody seeing this?" Kaplan also testifying that Combs was angry. There was further glass crashing and chaos. Kaplan testifying that nobody responded to Cassie and security allegedly didn't do anything. So Kaplan was 23 years old at the time. He says he just wanted a job in entertainment. And because of that, he did not call the police because he testified it would not have aligned with what he wanted to do professionally. But as we were hearing from Larry, he also, had some very glowing things to say about his time under Sean Diddy Combs' employment right there, stating that they would get Biggie Smalls' birthday off every year, which would have been yesterday, May 21st. He also stated that, he learned a lot. He said that he had great respect for Sean Diddy Combs, but also claimed that what Combs did offended him, saying, quote, "It shook me," describing their relationship as, quote, complicated. So we did want to provide the very latest for that first testimony right here. And coming up at 1:30, so in just about 15 minutes or so, we're going to be joined by Eric Faddis, who is a criminal defense attorney. We've been hearing from him, throughout the trial right here. We're going to bring him on to talk more, from the legal perspective in all of this. I'm keeping a very close eye just in terms of, who is back on the stand. And right now, the last piece of information that we have is Kid Cudi's testimony right here. So we're still waiting for new information to come in as you're taking a look at the right-hand side of your screen right there with the latest information as we continue our live coverage. So after the personal assistant, of course, Kid Cudi then took the stand. We were here streaming live as he was entering into the courtroom. He had his black leather jacket on. He had his jeans on. He was smoking a cigarette. And in fact, this is a photo that we have from the New York Post of him arriving there at court. But if you were joining us on our live stream, we had it right there. We were all watching him. It's continuing to rain in New York City. So one of his assistants was, carrying a silver umbrella. As you can see, the cigarette there in his right hand. So I did want to share with you the very latest information. This is a witness that a lot of people were, very much interested in because of what he might be testifying. Now, Cassie earlier, when she took the stand, had testified that she had a very brief relationship with Kid Cudi. She testified that when Sean Diddy Combs found out about this relationship, he was very upset. He threatened to harm Kid Cudi. She also testified that he threatened to blow up his car. And so Kid Cudi taking the stand this morning. And I did want to just share the very latest with you on that, as he did testify about his very brief relationship with Cassie. So Cassie, when she was on the stand, alleged in her testimony, as well as the civil lawsuit that she brought against Sean Diddy Combs, talking about how Combs threatened to blow up Kid Cudi's car back in 2011 when he found out that two were dating. So Kid Cudi taking to the stand today, walking down the center aisle to the witness stand. We were hearing from Larry talking about the demeanor of Sean Diddy Combs. He's been very composed, throughout this, only showing emotion occasionally, as we were hearing when his former employee was speaking very highly of him. He was animated for that. But according to this, that he did not make any eye contact with the two. Kid Cudi did say that he and Cassie met back in 2008. They were friends and they dated very briefly around 2011. He then recalled back in December of 2011 receiving a phone call from Cassie after she had told him that Combs had found out that they were dating. He testified that she sounded scared. And so he went to pick her up, where she was staying. But as they were on their way, he testified that he got a phone call from one of Sean Diddy Combs' employees. He testified that that employee seemed very scared, seeming like she was about to cry. He says that this employee told both him and Cassie that Combs and an associate were inside Kid Cudi's house. She says that she was waiting for them outside, but she sounded very scared. So Kid Cudi called Sean Diddy Combs, asking him if he was in his house. Combs allegedly said, "I just want to talk to you." And that is when Kid Cudi says that he drove to his home. When he was there, he didn't actually find Combs or anyone inside, but did state that his security cameras had been moved and some of the gifts that he had bought for his family were opened, and that his dog was locked in a bathroom, stating that he had not previously shut the dog in there before he left. That is when Kid Cudi says that he called police about the apparent break-in, filing a police report. Cudi also says that he spent the holidays with Cassie at her family's Connecticut home, during which point Combs texted him a couple of times, but Kid Cudi stated that he did not want to speak with Combs. Then in January, so about a month later or so, Kid Cudi says that his dog watcher called him to inform him that his car was on fire. And he went to his home and he was describing how his Porsche had been set on fire. It was a total loss. And law enforcement, he said, found a Molotov cocktail in the driver's seat. And so then the jury broke just a little bit, after which Kid Cudi continued his testimony, stating that the very last time that he saw Cassie was after the car bombing, and they ended up taking a break because he testified he was afraid of the potential violence that could ensue were they to continue their relationship. He also testified that he did have a conversation with Sean Diddy Combs afterwards, testifying that he said he quote knew Sean Diddy Combs had something to do with the car bombing, so he reached out to that, and he stated that they had a discussion, and the following conversation, he says Sean Diddy Combs was very calm. He says he asked Combs, quote, "What are we going to do about my car?" That is when Cudi said he looked back at me and said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I thought we were cool. Is there a problem?" And then later, a couple years later, Cudi says that they ran into each other. And he says that Combs said that he wanted to apologize for everything. And after that, they didn't have any problems. So we did want to just catch you up on the very latest. We were hearing from Larry that we are expecting to hear from a number of other witnesses today, possibly as many as 3 others. Now, yesterday, the prosecutors did say that, they did want to get through this. There was also another tidbit, and this is from TMZ right here that we just put there on your screen, is that the assistant district attorney right there asked Kid Cudi, what was Mr. Combs doing? So this was when they had that conversation. And Kid Cudi says that he was standing there with his hands behind his back, quote, like a Marvel supervillain. And so that kind of gives you that description of, exactly, what he says happened in the moment. We are working to get back that live look outside of the federal courthouse. If you've been joining us for the past, few weeks, we've been showing you that look. It does occasionally go down for a couple of hours, as you can imagine. The photographer needs a break as well. So this is the live look at a rainy downtown skyline there out of New York City. And once we get that live look back, of course, we're going to bring that to you as soon as we get it right here. But continuing our live updates right here, and we're doing this, I'm scrolling for the very latest information, just to see who, is back on the stand. So the very latest information is that they are back from break. And as Larry mentioned, Combs's former makeup artist has just been called to the stand. This is Mila Morales. She is the former makeup artist for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. So it is going to be interesting to see what she testifies. One has to imagine if she's the makeup artist, she would be in charge of Cassie Ventura's makeup. And the line of questioning could be, was she directed to use makeup to hide some of the bruises, the alleged abuse? So we are going to be listening into that to see what happens. We are going to be joined by Eric Faddis, who is a criminal defense attorney. He's going to be joining us in just about 10 minutes or so to discuss the very latest of this situation. There are so many nuances right here in terms of the questioning, not just from the former employee, but also from Kid Cudi, because really what the prosecutors were trying to do was show arson. However, part of that cross-examination was questioning Kid Cudi about any connection with Diddy. And he did admit that he never saw anyone affiliated with Sean Diddy Combs, in and around the area at the time of that car bombing. And so, that's an interesting point as well. Now, we did have the testimony from Cassie with the alleged threat by Sean Diddy Combs, allegedly threatening to blow up the car. Then you actually did have the car bombing itself, but really no hard evidence beyond the testimony to tie Sean Diddy Combs or one of his associates with the car bombing. There were no fingerprints from Sean Diddy Combs found at the scene. And in fact, some of the DNA that was found was of a woman. But beyond that, really nothing else. So we're going to be speaking with Eric about, if that, hurts or harms, either side. And we invite you, if you're here and you're joining the live stream, we invite you to share your questions with us because, we're not, or most of us, I'm not an attorney. And so, we may not fully understand the nuances of the legal system. So if you have a question, absolutely send it our way. We will, do our best to get those questions answered for you. So we do invite you to do that as we await Eric Faddis to join us here on Live Now from Fox. A live look there. Another rainy day. It's just not been good weather there in New York City as we take a look at that skyline right there. We do expect to get that live look outside of the courthouse in just a little bit. But right now on the stand is Mila Morales, the makeup artist, former makeup artist of Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, talking right now. So I'm going to just refresh this to see if there is any update that we can provide to you right here. And the very latest, and just bringing this up as, you bear with me because there are no, unfortunately, I wish there were no cameras allowed inside a federal courthouse. And because of that, we do rely on, reporters who are there, like Larry Neumeister, whom we appreciate, stepping outside and giving us the very latest right here. So scrolling up right here, she has begun testifying, telling the jury that she's worked with a lot of A-list celebrities, including Jennifer Lopez, Rihanna, and also Cassie. Also, this is interesting. So this is an update just to give you kind of a better picture, not just of what's going on with the testimony, but this is Sean Diddy Combs, an incredibly well-known and powerful person. This case, this trial has garnered international attention right here. So an apparent fan of Sean Diddy Combs escorted out of the courtroom during a break in testimony after holding up a makeshift sign for Sean Diddy Combs. He had scrawled something on a piece of paper, holding it up for the Bad Boy Records founder to see. Combs apparently put on his glasses before saying, "I can't see." So then the man came up closer to the second row of the courtroom gallery. With that piece of paper, Combs responded, "Thank you," tapping his chest once with his right fist. So as soon as a courtroom marshal realized what was going on, he grabbed the paper and escorted the supporter out of the courtroom. But we were talking, yesterday with a couple of attorneys talking about, the media attention that this trial has garnered and how that could possibly influence, jurors' perceptions, and could that sway the verdict? Now, of course, it's not supposed to, but people are human, the jurors included. And so could some of this really, kind of seep its way into how they view the case and how they determine the outcome? As we await for Eric Faddis to join us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to share this with you. We were mentioning Kid Cudi's Porsche after it was torched with that Molotov cocktail. This is a photo. This is evidence that the federal government provided. And so that is what it looked like. Now, Kid Cudi also testified that it looked like someone actually cut open the roof of his Porsche before placing the cocktail on the driver's seat. So you can see the roof of the vehicle right there. This is a closer look, and it does almost look like it's been sliced open very deliberately, at least on two sides of this incision almost. And you can see the charred remains right there. The Porsche, a complete and total loss, could not be recovered after it was blown up. So this is what Kid Cudi really woke up to after his dog sitter called him and said, "Your car's on fire. You better get here." So it's certainly very interesting right there to just give you another look right there as well. So we are continuing to follow all of this. We're going to be joined in just a moment or so by Eric Faddis. We're going to be really asking him about what this testimony really works towards. And then, of course, the former makeup artist who is currently on the stand right now, stating that she did, in fact, work with Sean Diddy Combs as well as Cassie. So the latest is this. This is a new update. This is just from a moment ago. Morales testifying about a 2010 fight in a hotel room between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie that she says left the singer with a swollen eye and busted lip. So Morales testifying, this was the weekend of the Grammys when Ventura was supposed to attend a private party at Prince's house. Combs, she says, was very upset coming into the hotel room where the makeup artist and Ventura were, stating, "Where the bleep is she?" Then the couple went into the bedroom, and Morales says that she heard screaming and yelling. Combs then stormed out and left. Ventura then came out with that swollen eye, busted lips, and bruises on her head. That's according to testimony by the former makeup artist, appearing distraught and upset, and then calling over a doctor friend who said that Ventura did not have a concussion. Morales testifying that she did not call the police because she feared for her life. So we do see that Eric is now joined. We're just going to step away just for a brief moment, just to do an audio check with him, and we will continue our live coverage in just a moment. So we're joined right now by Eric Faddis, who is a criminal defense attorney, really giving us a legal perspective in terms of, what this testimony means for either side. Eric, before we get to the makeup artist on the stand who's testifying about, some of the bruises that she says she witnessed, the altercations she says that she witnessed between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, I want to get to Kid Cudi, because obviously that was, a witness that a lot of people were, highly anticipating hearing from, is speaking about his very brief relationship with Cassie, speaking about the interactions that he had with both Cassie, but then also Sean Diddy Combs, the Molotov cocktail that caused his Porsche to explode. Taking a look at that testimony, at the end during cross-examination, he did admit that, there were no necessarily solid connections of evidence linking Sean Diddy Combs to the car explosion, but claiming that he knew that he did it. Can you describe, from a scale of 1 to 10, how strong that testimony was to support the prosecution?
I think we're looking at kind of a solid 7 on that. So some important facts that came out. We're really in RICO territory now. We're getting away from the sex trafficking charges and more talking about racketeering and that kind of thing. Kid Cudi's testimony did touch on what they believe to be crimes of burglary, of arson. Kid Cudi was saying that after Diddy found out about his relationship with Cassie, really the same day, Diddy and his team showed up to Kid Cudi's house. And when Kid Cudi returned, there was evidence that folks had entered his house. That goes towards possible burglary, a predicate offense for a RICO charge. And then on top of that, shortly thereafter, Kid Cudi's car was bombed. And according to Cassie, Diddy had threatened to bomb Kid Cudi's car. So prosecutors are sort of trying to lay the groundwork for these predicate offenses, but they still have some dots to connect for sure.
Yeah, so let's talk about that hard evidence versus, circumstantial evidence. I mean, you can say Cassie testifying that this was going to happen, and she heard Sean Diddy Combs, threatening to make this happen, and then just a short time later, it in fact did. Those conversations between Kid Cudi and Sean Diddy Combs. Sean Diddy Combs, though, he said never really admitted to it, and there was no surveillance video of him at the scene or any of his associates. So when you are a juror, do you have to dismiss all of that, or can you hold on to that as potential evidence? How can they weigh that?
So the jury is allowed to consider all of the evidence that comes out in the trial, and that includes testimony. These people are under oath, and they're giving information about what they say happened. So certainly the jury can consider that. But gosh, I think they'd be looking for some additional information. Were there witnesses who saw affiliates of Bad Boy at the scene, or maybe those affiliates made statements to somebody else, and that's how they can connect Bad Boy? Because that's the thing. They not only do they need to connect Diddy to the alleged burglary and alleged arson, but they need to connect Bad Boy to that. It can't just be some sort of crime based on some infidelity and that kind of a dispute. That they really have to tie this in for the RICO charge to the alleged criminal enterprise of Bad Boy Entertainment. And perhaps they're just laying the groundwork for there, but we're certainly not there based solely on this man's word on the stand.
Yeah, and I want to ask you that as well, because, and we actually just wanted to let our viewers know we have a live look back at the exterior right there. I wanted to ask you during cross-examination, and we were talking with a reporter who was there inside the courtroom, Sean Diddy Combs apparently shook his head looking at his attorneys when it came to further questioning. So it was actually the cross-examination was relatively brief. Does that indicate anything to you as a criminal defense attorney?
Not necessarily. A lot of times in criminal defense and cross-examination, you want to get in, score your big points, and get out. You don't want to give the witness opportunities to elaborate and explain things and give further incriminating testimony. So it's not surprising that defense kind of got in there, touched on the points they wanted to touch on, and they did in fact score some points during that cross-examination.
So let's go back even further to the first person on the stand, back on the stand since yesterday. This is the former employee. You know, he was a reluctant witness. He was subpoenaed. You know, he was going to invoke the fifth. Then he was given immunity. And it's interesting because he said he had a, quote, complicated relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. You know, he outlined, you know, witnessing, he says, you know, some violent outbursts between, you know, Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, saying that he didn't do anything, didn't call the police because it wouldn't align with his, you know, professional future. But then he was praising Sean Diddy Combs, saying, you know, he did a lot for me. I respect him. You know, can you talk about how that plays out with the jury? Because, you know, it also adds to the complexity of Sean Diddy Combs. He's not this one-dimensional monster that perhaps the prosecutors want to paint him as.
You know, the thing is, we're on the prosecution's case, right? And so the jury is anticipating witnesses who are going to be favorable to the prosecution. And then when someone gets up there like this assistant and he's rather equivocal, he's you know, saying things that might be problematic for the defense, but also might be helpful for the defense. I think that the jury might be scratching their head a little by saying, hey, why isn't it that the information we're receiving during this phase, the prosecution's phase, not more helpful to the prosecution, not more damning to the defense? You know, the assistant's testimony was rather underwhelming in my appraisal. He didn't really establish any kind of racketeering offense. You know, those have to be serious things like arson, burglary, murder, obstruction, witness tampering. You know, he was talking about possibly having bags of supplies and that kind of thing. But that's not a crime that would constitute a RICO charge. And so I wonder if the jury is just kind of saying, hey, please try not to waste our time.
Well, and to that point, you know, we're hearing from the former makeup artist who is also talking about the abuse, but that is not what Sean Diddy Combs is, you know, being charged with. You know, so you're talking about, you know, kind of that fine line between presenting evidence, but also evidence that doesn't point to the charges at hand. You know, what is the point continuing to bring these individuals on to talk about the abuse, to talk about the domestic violence when he's not even charged with that?
I think the prosecution would say that the reason that they're highlighting all of this evidence of physical abuse is because they believe it goes to that coercion element of sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. That, you know, Diddy ruled with an iron fist and exacted compliance through physical abuse. On the other hand, they're risking playing into the defense's theme. The defense's theme, in part, is going to be, hey, domestic violence is horrible, and maybe that did happen, but that's not the same as sex trafficking, and that's not the same as RICO. It's not a predicate offense for a racketeering charge like RICO. And so there is some exposure on behalf of the prosecution of actually playing into what the defense is going to argue to this jury at the end, is that, hey, you heard a domestic violence case. Domestic violence isn't a charge here.
When we're taking a look at the strength of, you know, the testimony today, and, you know, this is a marathon and not a sprint. I mean, we're going to have 8 weeks of testimony, and you're talking about not wasting the jury's time. So how damaging is kind of a slower day, kind of a day where it doesn't help the prosecution? Is it very damaging, or, you know, or is that acceptable when it comes to kind of the bigger picture of all of this?
You know, the prosecution in particular has to keep this jury engaged, and they got to do so for a long period of time, probably like 8 weeks. And so you got to make sure you are streamlining your case. And there's also a risk that if you're putting on witnesses who the jury might believe are put on only to make Diddy look bad. He looks like a bad dude, and maybe he is a bad dude. But that is not at the heart of these claims, and that is not a basis on which he could be convicted. And so I think the prosecution has to be careful with and on top of that, Stephanie, they really kind of talked a big game before this. The case looked really good on paper, but if you can't bring the goods, the jury's going to see that and is going to say, hey, wait a second, this isn't what we were led to believe would be all of this damning evidence against Diddy. These are indications of domestic violence and a complicated, rocky relationship and a complicated person. But that is not a basis to convict somebody of sex trafficking.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, and this brings, Eric to mind, the boy who cried wolf, right? You keep shouting these, shocking allegations, claims, if you will, and then it doesn't really come to fruition. You have to wonder if there's going to be a fatigue by the jurors when they keep hearing things that don't necessarily point directly to the charges or counts at hand. And you know in your experience, I'm curious, how forgiving are juries? Do they forgive, or do they say, you know what, this is just, you're not engaging with me, I don't understand the point, and that slants their perspective for the rest of the trial?
Listen, these jurors probably do not want to be here. They didn't sign up for this. They were forced to come and participate. And so they do not want their time wasted. And there is absolutely the specter of fatigue as the trial goes on. Look, the prosecution have presented ample evidence that there was physical abuse. I don't think that is really disputed. I'm not sure defense is even disputing that generally. And so, we don't need to parade around another 5 witnesses when we've already had, 5+ witnesses talk about the physical abuse, which is not an element necessarily of any of the charges. And so what you can do sometimes is you lose credibility with that jury. And they start to say, hey, these people are just kind of putting on a show to make this guy look bad. And I'm starting to not so much believe what that side is saying. And that could be a problem when there is critical evidence later on, but the jury is already kind of resigned to saying, hey, they haven't brought the goods yet.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see. The judge, I know, is thinking that they're going to have a couple more witnesses today. I mean, we're coming up on 2:00, so that must be very short testimony. But it's going to be interesting to see, Eric, just how many have repetitious testimony that doesn't point directly to those charges, because, as you said, at some point it becomes white noise and the jury just might tune it all out, during this process. I know you got to go, so we're going to let you go. But Eric, as always, I mean, just really eye-opening insight from your legal experience and perspective. And so, we appreciate you taking the time to join us.
Oh, well, thank you. Good to be with you.
Absolutely. So we now once again have a live look right here outside of the courthouse. We haven't seen, too much activity just yet. Now, earlier we did see Kid Cudi leaving. But as of now, it's been pretty quiet as we continue our live coverage right here. And as we do so, I did want to let you know that we are expecting to continue with our testimony coming up at 2:00. So in just about 15 minutes or so, we're going to be speaking with Dan Girl, who is the founder and managing attorney of Next Law. Speaking with him as we continue to follow all of these latest developments. So just to give you another update right here, as we were speaking with Eric, more updates came into our station right here. Scrolling, so bear with me. I mean, it's a lot of testimony, as you can imagine, which is good. So the very latest is this, the celebrity makeup artist Mila Morales continuing to testify about some of the physical altercations that she says happened between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, stating that she did not call the cops previously because she feared for her life. And that was something that was reiterated by the former employee who took to the stand for his continuation earlier today. So, it's going to be interesting to see, as we were speaking with Eric, because right now, this is testimony about domestic violence. However, that is not something that Sean Diddy Combs is being charged with. This is charges of racketeering, charges of sex trafficking. And so we were talking with Eric about perhaps this fatigue that could set in with the jurors, hearing time and time again testimony that does not point directly to the charges at hand. And could that backfire with the prosecution? The ongoing nature of this, it's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out. So now the defense attorney right here is cross-examining the makeup artist, showing the jury photos of Cassie Ventura from a music video, stating that the makeup artist did in fact do Cassie's makeup for that shoot. But before the jury entered, the defense argued that to admit photos like this is to push back on Ventura's previous testimony that Combs stifled her career and that these alleged freak-offs that took place took time away from her career. So there was that conversation as well. Defense attorney now revisiting some of the testimony about this 2010 incident in the hotel. Morales confirming that she did not actually witness what happened between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie inside the bedroom after he went in. Now, she had testified that she had heard screaming, she had heard commotions, but she didn't actually witness what that was. She testified that she and Cassie spoke with one of her friends who was a lawyer shortly after the incident, stating that she was very concerned. And the makeup artist also confirmed that she continued her friendship with Ventura after she and Combs had broken up. So right now on the stand is Mila Morales, a former makeup artist for Sean Diddy Combs and his ex-girlfriend Cassie. Now, yesterday, Larry Neumeister with the Associated Press had indicated prosecution had wanted to call a total of 5 witnesses today. Right now, they are on witness 3. So the first one was a continuation of the former employee from yesterday. He took to the stand. They wrapped up his testimony, and then after which they brought in Kid Cudi to testify on his relationship with Cassie. So George Kaplan, the former employee, taking to the stand this morning, wrapping up that testimony relatively quickly after he testified that he quit working with Sean Diddy Combs because he didn't feel comfortable in certain situations, although he also testified that he never went to police to report any of these alleged incidents because, he felt like that wouldn't help his career at all. After that, Kid Cudi arrived to the courthouse at around 9:18, and we did bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. He spoke for quite some time, and now on the stand is the makeup artist. It's going to be interesting to see how quickly this cross-examination is wrapped up. And to Eric Faddis's point, the criminal defense attorney we just spoke with, there has to be a particular point that the prosecution is trying to make. It's interesting, though, that at least from the testimony that she has provided, it's all about the domestic violence aspect, which is not what Sean Diddy Combs is being charged with. So, we are going to be speaking with Dan Girl in just about 10 minutes, and I'd like to ask him what the point is. Why? Is there some sort of master plan? You would imagine there might be, but we've heard time and time again from former employees, from eyewitnesses talking about the alleged abuse that Cassie endured at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs. But what does that point to beyond domestic violence, beyond, the alleged sexual abuse? How does that point to sex trafficking? How does that point to racketeering? So that's something that I'm very curious to ask Dan about. And we invite you, if you have any questions that you would like to ask, put them in our live stream right here. We want to answer all of the questions that you may have. I'm scrolling up and down. I don't see any specific questions that you may have as of yet. But don't be shy. That's what we're here for. We are here for you. We're here to answer any of the questions that you may have. We do have so many, incredible and experienced experts on hand that we would like to have them discuss that with you right here. So we're going to be speaking with Dan Girl in just a moment as one of the former makeup artists for Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, currently on the stand testifying about some of the bruises and the injuries that she says Cassie endured at the hands of Sean Diddy Combs. We continue to monitor this live feed right here outside the New York City federal courthouse where Sean Diddy Combs' trial continues. Day 9 of testimony. 3 witnesses so far. The third currently on the stand. That is makeup artist Mila Morales, who is testifying that she saw injuries on Cassie's face during the Grammy weekend right here, although admitting that she did not see and witness the actual physical altercations between Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs. The person prior to that, of course, was Kid Cudi, and I did want to share this with you right here. This is some video, and if in fact you were here with that live stream, and we do see right here who came in, who walked out. We see a female right there getting into the car. This is live, so I wonder if could that be the makeup artist. Let's take a look. Okay, so yes, so apparently her testimony has wrapped up, and right now a hotel employee is next to testify. This is an employee at a hotel from Beverly Hills. So they are going to be admitting records from this Beverly Hills hotel into evidence. So this is why we like to keep this live stream up for you, because you never know who might be walking through those doors right here. And it does appear that someone went inside the car. We saw it was a woman. She was walking quickly there, but the person who was on the stand was makeup artist Mila Morales. And so what we're going to do is, of course, we're going to update the side panel for you as we continue our coverage. We also see that Dan Gurl is joining us right here. So we are going to just make sure that his audio is working. He is the founder and managing attorney of Next Law. He joined us yesterday, providing that expert perspective. And so we are going to be speaking with him in just a short moment. All right, so as we work to update the very latest information, I did want to bring in Dan Gurl, who is a managing attorney of Next Law and also the founder of Next Law as well. He joined us yesterday to talk about the latest testimony, and a lot to get to at this hour as we are coming up on 2 p.m. Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific Time. Dan, we appreciate you joining us once again. You know, it's interesting because just off the stand was a former makeup artist who, I mean, it was very brief testimony, probably just about 15 minutes in length with the cross-examination as well. And, the reason, her purpose was to talk about this incident on Grammy's weekend, saying that she saw bruises on Cassie's face. She had the swollen lip. She also testified that she didn't actually witness any altercation between the two. And then she left the stand. And I think a lot of people are wondering, what is the point of her even taking to the stand? If she's just testifying on, a situation that she didn't see, and it doesn't really point to one of the charges that Sean Diddy Combs is facing.
It's a good point. I think if I had to guess, I would say that the prosecution's purpose here is to have witness after witness provide some testimony regarding his violent tendencies and his power and control, his need for power and control. And from what I saw, she may not have visually observed it, but if I recall, she perhaps heard a commotion happening in that room after the two of them had gone in the room, or after Combs had gone in the room, when Ventura was already in there, and then afterwards sees the damage that allegedly was done. So, she's just one of a string of witnesses. I think pretty much all of the witnesses that have testified, those that had been in the employment of Combs, or the two that testified earlier today, also gave accounts where they had observed either violence by Combs to Ventura, or the aftermath of what it appeared to be, or even violence directed at themselves in the case of Kid Cudi.
So speaking of that, when we take a look at the charges that Combs is facing, racketeering, sex trafficking, where do you see all of the evidence, the testimony today fitting in? What is the charge that they are looking to connect with this testimony?
Well, I think ultimately the cycle of violence is going to be used to support the government's theory, both with regard to the racketeering charges as well as the trafficking charges. But what I think the government is intending to show is that these weren't just isolated incidents of violence. This was Combs' modus operandi, not just with Ventura, but with others, demonstrating his willingness to use violence to further these other criminal enterprises. And so ultimately the government is going to seek to try to string all of this together to show that, we're not just talking about domestic violence here. We're talking about a purposeful intent to use violence and control in any means necessary to further these other criminal endeavors, such, whether it be the drug, acquiring drugs, or discussions about large sums of money, all of those things. So in this case, I think the violence is being purported as being kind of the fuel that connects everything. They will ultimately have to put everything under an umbrella, so to speak.
Yeah, because and I wanted to get your perspective on this, because just how strong is that argument right now? I'm sure that the defense could say, hey, look, yes, and they've done so already. They've said, look, our client is no angel. He has a temper. He was violent, but beyond that, what can you prove? And obviously, the prosecution is trying to connect the dots. How strong right now do you see the arguments, the testimony for the prosecution?
Well, if the case were to end today, I think they fall far short of proving the charges that he's charged with. But there are a number of witnesses still to come. It's unknown what they will provide. I'm assuming that the prosecution is hoping to bring witnesses in that go further than just, as you've said, accounting one incident after another, painting Combs to be a bad guy, a violent guy. They're kind of stipulating to that in a way. They've already said, look, he may not be a great guy. You may not approve of this relationship or his behavior. And I'm speaking on behalf of the defense, of course. But that's a different set of charges than what he has here. So again, we know that there have been some witnesses that the government has indicated that they intend to bring, that they may or may not be able to produce. So it's unknown whether those would be the witnesses that provide that. But I think we're still pretty early on in this process. From what I understand, they expect to go 4 to 5 weeks. And we're about, better than halfway through the second week. So I would just keep an eye out for the witnesses that are still to come, and how their testimony and what they provide layers onto what has been established here as far as his alleged violent tendencies.
I want to ask you this. Kid Cudi, a lot of people had been very interested in hearing from his testimony. There was speculation he would appear yesterday. He did not. He appeared on the stand today. From his testimony when it came to recounting his relationship with Cassie, the bombing of his car, what Cassie, he says, shared with him, confessed with him, his interactions with Sean Diddy Combs. I think people were probably thinking that this was going to be pretty explosive, pretty damaging to Sean Diddy Combs. What's your take on it from everything that you heard with this testimony? Did it do any harm?
Well, I think when you start talking about things such as firebombing a car, that does start to perhaps connect the dots and start to build a conspiracy. So again, it's not the government is going to say, these are all done by intent to exercise his will, even to go so far as to firebomb a car. Now, obviously they have to prove that he did that. He didn't admit to it. Cudi believes that he did that. What I thought was interesting here, yes, his testimony certainly wasn't favorable toward Combs, but it also wasn't completely favorable to Ventura. Cudi, I don't know his exact words, but something along the line of that he'd been duped by her, so I don't know to what degree that will have any impact on her character as a witness, but it didn't strike me, at least in writing, that he was completely in support of her as a witness.
You use the word conspiracy when it comes to beyond a reasonable doubt. When we hear testimony such as Kid Cudi's today, and he said, I believe that he did it. No, I didn't see anyone around, the area. There was no surveillance video. Diddy never confessed. What can a juror do with that? Obviously, you can kind of hold it in the back of your mind, but beyond a reasonable doubt, I mean, that is a high bar to have to pass.
Well, it's a high bar. And if I recall, Cudi also testified to somebody that was working with Diddy that had called him. I believe I'm recalling this correctly, that she called him from the scene and had told him that she was witnessing that. So I don't know whether that's somebody that's going to be called as a witness or not. Beyond reasonable doubt is the highest standard that we have. And I think the way that the government is going to reach that standard, if they do, is to, even though they don't have to prove, they don't necessarily have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was the person that bombed that vehicle. I mean, in a sense they do, but by presenting evidence of all these other violent acts by so many different people, some of whom testified today, Mr. Kaplan testifying that it's clear that he still has a sense of loyalty towards Combs, and yet he is there presenting that. So he comes off as a very unbiased. His testimony appeared pretty credible to me, just in writing. All of those are inevitably going to perhaps support or perhaps influence the jury that, well, he all of these other acts, I certainly believe that he did that beyond any reasonable doubt. And then you have the act of the firebombing and some of the other supporting testimony indicating that he was responsible for that. So all of it kind of combined together can kind of push that over the bar at times.
Dan, I was just thinking about this as you were talking when it came to reasonable doubts and, what the jury is analyzing and disseminating with federal cases. How common is it for a federal case to come back with a hung jury? I have to, we've also been covering the Karen Reed trial. Very different, obviously. But there was a hung jury, at the federal level. Is that common, or typically is there some, decision ultimately?
Well, My understanding is that it would be less common in the federal setting than a state setting, as would a not guilty. You know, the kind of the conventional wisdom is that by the time a grand jury comes back with an indictment and the U.S. government is filing charges, that is oftentimes seen as probably a more of a foregone conclusion that there's going to be a conviction than in a state setting. And obviously, again, here, there's nothing scientific to back that, but usually federal cases are considered stronger than cases that are in the state. Therefore, there's going to be a higher frequency of convictions expected and probably a lower rate of, hung juries or acquittals.
All right. It's going to be very interesting to see. As you mentioned, there are weeks left of testimony. So, I mean, each and every day, we never really know what's going to happen, which makes this very interesting. Dan, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
And this is an updated information right there on the left-hand side of your screen, as we have a new witness there at the stand, the makeup artist who we may have seen leaving court right there, bringing you that live stream. Right now is a hotel employee right now, Frederick Zemmour, an employee at the Hermitage Hotel in Beverly Hills. So right now he is on the stand. He is the general manager of that hotel. And prosecutors admitting some records dating back to 2008 into evidence. So right now, the jury being shown records for a profile that was initially created under the name Sean Combs back in 2006. That name then changed to Jackie Starr in 2009, and then changed to Frank White or Frank Black around 2011, 2012, and finally in 2019, changed to Ryan Lopez. What's interesting to note in this is we were hearing from a male escort 2 days ago, otherwise known as the Punisher, and he was giving testimony about how he would meet up in New York City for alleged freak-offs with Cassie and with Sean Diddy Combs, and he claimed that oftentimes he would be, attending these with pseudonyms, and we've been hearing from a number of other employees, former assistants, stating that they would get hotel rooms ready and the reservations would be under the name Frank Black. So it's interesting to see that this hotel manager now testifying that there was a hotel record for Sean Combs, but that profile then changed names over the years every so often right here. So the latest is that a direct examination is finished. The defense has now declined to cross-examine him. And so that is also interesting to note. The jury also had notes associated with this profile, including please monitor outside his room, down the hall to spray air freshener, always spills candle wax on everything and uses excessive amounts of oil, place the room out of order upon departure for deep cleaning. And some of the notes also, according to these hotel records, also said, please authorize an extra $1,000 when guest stays with us to cover any room damages. So that is the very latest information, as the hotel employee now being free to leave. And so as we continue to take a live look outside the courthouse right here, it is going to be very interesting to see if there is any commotion or any movement when it relates to some of these other witnesses who have now been left. So we did want to share that with you. Right now, this just in, a computer forensic agent is now being called to the stand by the name of Joshua Croft. He's a computer forensic agent working for Homeland Security investigations. Right now, the prosecutor is questioning him at the stand. And, we were speaking with Larry Neumeister yesterday, stating that 5 witnesses in all, that was the goal of prosecutors, 5 witnesses all, that they wanted to call to the stand today. So we had the testimony being wrapped up by the former employee. We had Kid Cudi, who spoke. We then had a masseuse. I'm sorry, not a masseuse, but a makeup artist. We then had the hotel manager, and now this is the 5th. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, this is very rapid pace right here. It's 2:15, and we've gone through quite a few witnesses since lunch. Since the lunch recess. Now, the lunch recess ended at around 1 p.m. We're at 2:15. So this is a very rapid pace. I'm curious to see how long the forensic person is going to be on the stand right here, just bringing this up to share with you. A computer forensic agent working for Homeland Security Investigations. I have to wonder, though, especially when it comes to computer forensics, they're going to want to, go through the trail, go through that tech trail, so to speak. It's going to be very interesting to see what he has to say, because as of right now, I'm taking a live look at this as we continue to update our side panel to share that information with you right here. But it is going to be interesting to hear from that forensic expert and to see what, if anything, he found. So we're taking a look at this right here. No new information beyond that. But Homeland Security Investigations, we were hearing from a special agent a couple of days ago who testified about the raid in Sean Diddy Combs' home back in 2024. This was the Star Island Mansion. That was a special agent with HSI. So now we have an HSI computer forensic agent on the stand. It's going to be interesting to see if at all those, the testimony is also connected with that raid from the Star Island Mansion. Now, we were sharing with you from that raid, we shared with you some of the photos that were entered into evidence of guns, of pills, of, stiletto platform heels. But we didn't see any computer hardware. So it's going to be interesting to see. He just took to the stand just a few moments ago. So we're going to have to probably wait just a little bit to hear more in the line of questioning. But as we look ahead as well to our coverage, we are going to be speaking with Mario Gallucci coming up at 2:30. And, we were speaking with him yesterday in terms of the former employee. He had some very, interesting perspectives when it came to that. But I am going to be interested in speaking with him about what the forensic expert shares in his testimony right there as we take a live look of the exterior of the courthouse. We saw quite a bit of movement after the makeup artist left the stand. There was a woman who quickly exited in a waiting vehicle. And so we are continuing to monitor this because, this happens so quickly. And if you step away, if you look away, you might miss someone entering or exiting the courthouse, which is why, we always like to take a look right there as we continue our testimony. Day 9 of Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. This could last up to 8 weeks. And we've been speaking with experts and attorneys who say at the federal level, typically, and we were speaking with one of the attorneys yesterday saying typically, federal cases do end in a conviction, and about 95%. That is incredibly high. So it's going to be very interesting to see, because this had to go before a grand jury prior to that indictment. And so there are so many different hurdles that have to happen before you even get to this point. A lot of the cases don't pass that threshold of a grand jury indictment. And so there does have to be enough evidence in order for a grand jury to move forward with that indictment. And so you have to imagine the prosecution has quite a bit of evidence that they will be presenting and trying to glean from these witnesses right here. As right now, there is a computer forensic agent on the stand as I continue to refresh, still waiting on exactly what they're talking about right here as we continue our live coverage. I did raise the audio with this live stream, unfortunately, and this happened to us yesterday as well. While we do have a live look, sometimes the photographer will turn off that sound, so we don't hear anything right now. But we continue to monitor this as well as right now a computer forensic agent is testifying on the stand. Joshua Croft works with Homeland Security Investigations right now. Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson is questioning him. Croft is the 16th witness called by the prosecution. And, you know, if my math adds up, this is the 5th witness being called to the stand just today alone. And that is something that the prosecution had mentioned yesterday, stating that they wanted to get through 5. You know, it's unclear. I have to imagine that they will be doing substantial questioning and cross-examining with computer forensics because, of course, the data trail is so crucial to link individuals with, you know, browser history, with conversations, with pinging. The way that technology is now, as you know, I mean, it's incredible. You can track and trace someone to a very specific location at a very specific time. Everything can be tracked. So it's going to be very interesting to see exactly what this computer forensic agent discusses. We do know that an HSI special agent testified just a few days ago talking about the raid to Sean Diddy Combs' Star Island mansion. And we were talking with Larry Neumeister because as he has been sharing, he's been inside the court this entire time. He has been sharing that Sean Diddy Combs is very calm and really shows no emotion, except for one time when he says that the government was showing video and photos of the raid of his mansion and of one of those armored tanks kind of ramming into it. He covered his face with his hand almost because he almost couldn't look at you know, the photos and the video. So it's going to be interesting to know if that is exactly what they're talking about, you know, what they may have found in this raid. I continue to refresh all of these updates for us. This is federal court, and unfortunately, the law dictates that no cameras are allowed inside. So we do rely on individuals like Larry Neumeister to step out of the court to give us the very latest information. And we really appreciate this as well. So just going back, as we're waiting to hear more from the computer forensic agent and that testimony right here, you know, going back to the previous witness who was a manager at a very ritzy Beverly Hills hotel. And as we shared with you, the hotel would charge Sean Diddy Combs an extra $1,000 for repair damages after the Sean Diddy Combs vacated the room. So to cover, according to the testimony, you know, all of the damage left behind by baby oil and candle wax. So the hotel's internal records indicate, this is according to this testimony that was submitted into evidence and some of those receipts submitted into evidence, it detailed that the rooms that Sean Diddy Combs stayed in had to be placed in out of order for a deep cleaning because there was always candle wax on everything, and excessive amounts of oil. That is according to testimony from the general manager of that Beverly Hills hotel. And so, something that we also learned, and there are repeat clients and customers, of course, of these very, established hotels. They have a running profile on some of these repeat customers. And so some of the profile said, please authorize an extra $1,000 when the guest stays with us to cover any damage. It also noted that Combs liked his room hot, and other areas as well, also indicating that there's been a lot of candle wax found on the carpets and in the living room and on the nightstands as well. So just a little side note as we continue our live coverage, and it does look like Mario Gallucci has just joined us. So we're going to do an audio and video check with him as we continue our live coverage on our Live Now from Fox YouTube stream. Continuing to testify on the stand right now is computer forensic agent Joshua Croft. He's with Homeland Security Investigations, and right now Assistant U.S. Attorney Emily Johnson questioning him. We don't have any update in terms of exactly what that testimony is, but as we await for new updates, I do want to bring in Mario Gallucci, who is a criminal defense attorney, longtime criminal defense attorney out of New York City. And Mario, we appreciate you returning to Live Now from Fox. You were with us yesterday. So I wanted to ask you, when it comes to computer forensic, I think everyone's mind goes to, okay, what kind of evidence, what kind of data can be gleaned? We don't know exactly, what he's going to share. But when you hear that, a computer forensic agent is testifying, does that concern you, and how much?
Good afternoon, Stephanie. Thanks for having me back. When I hear that a computer forensic expert is going to testify against me, I cringe. Everything in your computer, no matter what you think you're doing, is there. Every search you've done is there. Every picture you've taken and erased is there. Every video you've taken and erased or downloaded or uploaded is there. So any communication you've had with another person using that computer is there. So the type of evidence they're looking for, obviously, is any communications that Mr. Combs had with anybody else, any pictures he might have taken. And in this case, if he stored any videos of the freak-offs, that would be of a deep concern to me as a defense attorney.
No, absolutely. And I want to ask you this, because a lot of times people are like, okay, if I erase my browser history, or, I wipe a hard drive clean, does that actually work? Or to your point is, no matter how hard you try, an expert can go back and find all of that.
So the best way to probably erase your hard drive is to rent a private jet, fly over the Atlantic Ocean, and drop your computer in. That is the only way possible that you're going to erase your hard drive.
I mean, that's good to note for anyone in any circumstance. Like, everything is going to be permanent, so please be careful. So obviously, I mean, that's not good news for the defense. You know, when it's the Homeland, when it's HSI, right? And they were part of the raid, and we were seeing that. We're taking a live look right here. I just wanted to stop and pause because, you know, our photographer oftentimes catches some of these witnesses who have hopped off the stand. It's a little unclear maybe whether this might be the general manager of the ritzy Beverly Hills Hotel who just detailed some of those receipts. But again, you know, all of that was on record there. So going back, so HSI was involved in these raids. You know, we don't know exactly what this particular computer forensic agent is detailing, but you know, as part of the evidence that they removed from those search warrants, I imagine would be a lot of that, you know, computer data.
So as a defense attorney, you're going to get a copy of everything that their expert has done. It's called a Celebrate. So on the Celebrate would be all of the material that they are going to use. I know Mark Agnafilo, so I know he's hired his own computer expert who has gone and done the same Celebrate examination that the government has done. So there's no surprises as far as the defense is concerned. The question is, how are you going to address it if there are any of these, you know, horrible things on the computer? How are you going to address it?
And that's also important to let our viewers know is, you know, really this doesn't come as a surprise because you have to submit all of the evidence that you're going to talk about, I imagine, along with, you know, who you're going to call to the stand so you don't blindside one side or the other. So Sean Diddy Combs' defense team, they know very well what is going to be presented with that evidence. You know, when it comes to outlining that defense argument, you know, how do you do that when it comes to hard data, when it comes to what, you know, is irrefutable, which is what is on the computer? How do you argue against that? It's very different from testimony where you can say that's hearsay, that's biased, you can't prove it.
So as we discussed yesterday, the best way to prepare for that is to try to keep it out at a suppression hearing. So if the defense in the Diddy case believe that this is more prejudicial than probative and doesn't go to any of the actual issues on the charges, they attempted to have it, and they did. They attempted to keep a lot of things out at a suppression hearing. Unfortunately, it's a RICO case. And in a RICO case, they have to bring in what's called predicate acts. And the first predicate act in this case is sex trafficking. So obviously, anything sexually related on the computer hard drive is going to be fair game at the trial. So they set the defense up that they are merely just swingers, that they're into the lifestyle. And Cassie actually testified to the text messages where she was setting up one of the freak offs and actually wanted to change one of the days. So my defense would be, you know what? You found these things on my computer. I'm not embarrassed by them. This is what I'm into. Maybe you're not. And Cassie was into this also, to try to blow it off. And hopefully you picked a good jury, and the jury's going to say, well, it's not what I would do, but, you know, two consenting adults, what they do behind closed doors is their own business.
Yeah, and that's always the unknown, Mario. You know, you never really know if you've selected the right jury to help out your particular case. I also want to ask you this because we've seen a very rapid clip of witnesses after jury, you know, came back from lunch break. You know, we've been hearing from the makeup artist. We've been hearing from the general manager of this ritzy Beverly Hills hotel. Now we're hearing from the computer forensic agent. You know, as you take a look at the pace of all of this, it was much slower this morning with Kid Cudi and the remainder of the testimony of the former employee. But, you know, what do you make of this? Obviously, there's a strategy there when you say, I'm not even going to cross-examine the, you know, the hotel general manager, keep it going. You know, what can you share in terms of the mindset with the strategy there?
So the government has to put their case in, and they need to put in every single item to prove their case. So in this case, they call a hotel manager to demonstrate that he was at the hotel, to demonstrate that he checked in under different names. He used aliases, which is not unusual. He's a celebrity, but he also testified as to damage. There's not much a defense attorney is going to be able to do with that. It really doesn't go to anything other than, you know, he stayed at the hotel, he used different names, and I'm sure Mark is going to cover that in his summation. The makeup artist was called to testify about, fights that she heard, and makeup she did in a Prince party that that Cassie was supposed to attend and couldn't attend for whatever reason because of the bruising to her eyes after the incident in the hotel. So these are witnesses that are just going to fill in all of the gaps for the government.
So, after today, there's going to be an extended break, obviously Memorial Day coming up on Monday. When it comes to the lasting impression that the jury is, leaves with today, they have a long period of time to absorb, to reflect, to analyze. Do you think that the computer forensic agent is the right person to end with? I mean, obviously, we don't know what he's saying, but there's a strategy in terms of that final impression before this extended break.
So look, as a prosecutor, and I'm a former prosecutor, you want to end big when you're going to take an extended break like we're about to take. So putting the computer forensic guy on, the beginning testimony is going to be very boring. Who are you? What is your expertise? What did you do? How does this Celebrite work? And then I'm assuming that one of the things, we don't know what they're going to do, but assuming at the end of the day, they'll probably get to, something very damaging. So when they leave for the holiday weekend, the last thing they're thinking about is, what are we going to see on Tuesday when we get back? If this was just the beginning, I can't wait to see what they're going to present to me on Tuesday. So as a prosecutor, that's what I would be doing.
So you tee it up, you get people really excited and like raring to go on Tuesday morning. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see that. Mario, before we let you go, any final thoughts? I mean, it's been a really interesting day. We heard from Kid Cudi. We heard from the former employee who describes his relationship as, difficult or complicated. We've heard from some of these other smaller characters, the makeup artist, the hotel general manager. Any final thoughts on today's testimony? Did it wow you? Did it bore you? Are you ready to hear, different testimony?
I thought that Kid Cudi's testimony was very interesting, although there was, on the cross, they pointed out that, there was no proof that he blew up the car, that he broke into the house, that he put the dog in the bathroom. That still goes a long way with the jury. The jury sees this information, sees the type of person P. Diddy is from the hotel video, sees these other things that are going on, and they're going to make the jump. And the prosecutor, in summation, is going to make them make that leap that it is P. Diddy who blew up Cudi's car. It is P. Diddy who authorized them to break into the house, put the dog in a bathroom or a closet or wherever he was. So, some of the testimony today was very good. And some of it was just, boilerplate, what they need to do to prove a case. I was upset that he puts applesauce on a hamburger, but, that is what it is.
Everyone has their own preferences. Right. I too perhaps would not do that, but nothing can account for someone's taste right there. Mario, we appreciate you taking the time to join us, and no doubt we are going to be checking in with you. It's just so interesting each and every day to see what comes up with the testimony. You just never know. So we appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Another live look right here. And we've been dipping in and out. We have these live streams that go in and out. Right now, it's back up and running right here as we continue our day 9 of Sean Diddy Combs's sex trafficking trial. And we're continuing to give you the very latest updates right here as well. As we have been seeing occasionally, some of these witnesses, as soon as they leave the stand, they don't want to stick around. They exit. And we've been able to get some of those live streams of people exiting as it happens right here. So I'm going to refresh my computer because on the stand right now is a computer forensic agent with Homeland Security. And I did want to see, so we do have some updates for you. This just coming in just a moment ago. Joshua Croft stating that he extracted data from 3 of Cassie's laptops, stating that one had been set to factory default. And that's something that we just asked Mario about. And he was saying the only way to fully erase anything that you ever did, looked at, saved, is to take a private jet, fly it over the ocean, and drop your computer into the deep blue sea, because everything can be recovered at some point. So setting it to factory default doesn't necessarily protect you, something that, you know, we all can take away from this. He also testified that another laptop opened to a login screen with user profiles for Frank Black and a guest profile. Now, the previous witness on the stand was a Beverly Hills hotel manager who indicated that he created a profile for Sean Combs back in 2006 and then continued to update that very same profile, but under pseudonyms. One of those pseudonyms was Frank Black. And so that connects the dots to that particular pseudonym, stating that one of the user profiles for one of these laptops recovered was Frank Black. We also have been hearing from some of these former employees stating that the hotels that they were tasked to prep ahead of these alleged freak-offs were also under the name Frank Black. And that is exactly what former executive assistant George Kaplan testified, that the hotel rooms that he was tasked with getting ready was Frank Black, which was the reference of the late Notorious B.I.G., who had a nickname of Frank White. And then also there was a third laptop which was recovered. It had some dents and bends in it, but he said it wouldn't power on. So right now, prosecutors, I mean, this is quick. I have to tell you, prosecutors have now finished their direct examination of him. And now there's cross-examination happening right now. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, possibly this is witness number 5. And, you know, we've been saying that the prosecutors, they only had, a goal of 5 witnesses in mind. And so this would be the 5th. So who knows how long the cross-examination is going to go? This has been going very quickly here. I mean, in fact, with the general manager, the defense team decided not even to cross-examine. So really, I mean, this defendant only showed up. He took to the stand maybe 30 minutes ago, and we're already in cross-examination. So it's going to be very interesting to see just how quickly this goes. If you're hopping on to this live stream, we appreciate it. I'm Stephanie Quinu. I've been with you for several days. I mean, this has just been fascinating, going through in real time all of the testimony, all of the cross-examination. We've been bringing in experts. We've been bringing in reporters inside the courtroom to give us that account of Sean Diddy Combs. What did he look like? What was his demeanor? What did the jury do when Kid Cudi walked in? What was the exchange between Kid Cudi and Sean Diddy Combs? Which was nothing. They didn't even make eye contact. But I mean, just absolutely been fascinating. We are sticking with this for the duration of the entire trial, which could last 8 weeks. And we always, stay with this live look right here, even after the jury has been dismissed, because a lot of times, as we saw yesterday, Sean Diddy Combs' sons, 2 of them walked out of the courtroom, and sometimes it takes time for people to file out. So we are going to be covering every single angle, even after the jury is dismissed right here. As right now, the defense team starting to cross-examine the computer forensic agent who had stated that he recovered 3 different laptops from Cassie, extracting data from all of them. But what's interesting is there really doesn't seem to be much beyond the fact that one of the laptops had a login screen with a user profile Frank Black. Now, one has to imagine that that connects the dots with the general manager, who just testified, stating that Sean Diddy Combs had a profile with the hotel, eventually transitioning to a variety of pseudonyms, including Frank Black right there. So perhaps they just want to make that connection when it comes to establishing, what this all means. We're continuing to update all of the information right here with the very latest. And, reading just a little bit more right here, the forensic expert who is testifying right now had indicated that the hard drive of one of the laptops had been removed to extract data, and he said that he was unsuccessful at recovering all of it, but he got the majority of it as well. He also testified that that laptop had dents and bending indicated it had been pumped or dropped. So perhaps trying to damage it, so they wouldn't be able to get the data right there. So he was testifying that one of the MacBook Pro laptops from about 2010 or 2011 was reset to that factory default, but he was able to remove the hard drive and extract some data that had not been wiped out from that factory reset right there. So we're continuing to see what that cross-examination is going to be like with the forensic expert right here. As I take a look at this, we have a variety of live updates that we are continuing to follow. And then coming up, we are going to be joined once again by Larry Neumeister with the Associated Press. He's inside right now, the court right there, but he's going to be sharing with us, his thoughts. He joined us at the beginning of our live coverage on our live stream. We've been with you since 9 a.m., but he joined us at 1 p.m. For an interview right before that recess ended, talking with us about Kid Cudi, talking with us about the demeanor of Sean Diddy Combs. And he's been saying that this jury has been extremely attentive, typically, because he's covered a lot of these. He says he typically sees at least one of the jurors fall asleep during the testimony. Not so during this case. I mean, he says that everyone's engaged, everyone is scribbling notes, really paying attention to, each and every word that has been said. And I mean, no doubt, a lot of what has been said has been really eye-opening, possibly shocking, especially with some of the videos and the photos of these alleged freak-offs right here. He said a lot of the jurors had a visceral reaction. I mean, they were gasping. They were, just shocked, to say the least. But for the most part, everyone has, contained their demeanor. So continuing to take a look at this, we see a couple of people walk into that federal courthouse. No one has walked out yet, but we're continuing to put that on our screen. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Nima Rahmani. We were speaking with him yesterday. He is a former federal prosecutor. He's also the president of West Coast Trial Lawyers. He's been a frequent guest right here on Live Now from Fox, and we're going to be, asking a lot of questions as well, especially when it comes to wrapping up. We are upon the Memorial Day weekend, and so the jurors aren't going to return until Tuesday. So they're going to have an extended break. And I'm curious to ask Nima, is this beneficial or detrimental to either side? Do you want the jurors to have an extended break? Do you want them to have more time to maybe mull some of this over? Are you hoping that they forget if they've been away for 4 days? We're going to talk to Nima about that, because it's going to be very interesting to see his point of view on that as well. Continuing to bring us the very latest with Fox News Channel. So the computer forensic expert, we have been told, is done for the day, and the government does not have any additional witnesses. So the jury being dismissed. So this is the earliest that we have seen the jury being dismissed right here. And we are just going to update the lower panel of this, saying jury dismissed in Sean Diddy Combs's sex trafficking trial. This is really interesting. And this is something that we were just hearing, though, from Mario, stating that they want perhaps the jury to be hungry to come back and, on Tuesday. So jury just dismissed in the Sean Diddy Combs's sex trafficking trial. That means perhaps we're going to see a lot of activity coming out of the federal courthouse right now. Just to let you know, this is the extended break because this is the Memorial Day holiday. Court not in session on Fridays, and because Monday is a federal holiday, court also will not be open. So that means Tuesday is when testimony resumes, and the judge giving the jury strict instructions as always, to avoid any and all conversations and media coverage about the case over the holiday weekend. This is also something I want to ask Nima about, because how hard is that? This is one of those cases that has international attention each and every day. Everyone is glued to the very latest updates, and you go home and you can't talk about it. You can't watch TV. This is everywhere. It's not just some tiny little case. Like, how do you actually successfully not listen? You have to imagine it's the Memorial Day holiday. Maybe you go out to a barbecue. Maybe you go out to a picnic. Maybe you go out to a restaurant and you happen to overhear people chatting about it. What do you do in those circumstances? So something I'm also going to be asking Nima about as well as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. Nima joining us in just about 10 minutes or so. If you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox's YouTube stream, we did want to let you know, jury dismissed just moments ago in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. This is, one of the earlier ending times for the judge. I mean, yesterday, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, it was around 4 o'clock, just before 4 o'clock, maybe 3:30. So this ending, and then the day before that, it was also around 4:30 as well. So the last person on the stand was a computer forensic expert. And we really were seeing the last 3 witnesses really only took the stand for a total of maybe 30 minutes apiece. This includes direct examination and also cross-examination. So the defense ended their cross-examination of Joshua Croft, a computer forensic agent with the Homeland Security's investigation. It appears as though the purpose that he was on the stand being called by prosecutors is that, he recovered 3 of Cassie's laptops, and in one of them, he was able to recover a login screen with user profiles for Frank Black. Now, right before the computer forensic agent was on the stand, there was a Beverly Hills Hotel general manager who testified, indicating that Sean Diddy Combs was a frequent customer of that hotel, stating that he started creating a hotel profile for Sean Diddy Combs all the way back to December of 2006, using his actual name of Sean Combs. However, over the years, and not surprisingly, you have high-profile celebrities that don't want anyone to know that they're at that hotel. That profile then changed several times for different pseudonyms, so people couldn't track them there. So one of those pseudonyms, though, was Frank Black. And so one imagines that that is the reason why both of those individuals were called, to show the connection that Frank Black is a common pseudonym And even previously of that, we were hearing from a former assistant who also confirmed that some of these hotel rooms that he was responsible for setting up for these alleged freak-offs were also under the name Frank Black. So, very interesting to see right now. It's also going to be interesting to see. Yesterday, we did see, just about 30 minutes after the jury was dismissed, we did see two of Sean Diddy Combs' sons walk out doors right there. So it's going to be interesting to see if they do the same, whether they were in the court. That's something that I did not ask Larry about, but I will be asking him once he hops on. And I'm asking him if he could possibly join even a little bit earlier. Again, we never really know when court is going to wrap up. But as soon as he hops on, I definitely want to ask him who's in the court, because what was interesting is he was saying last week, especially when Cassie was taking to the stand, there was a full house. His daughters, his mother, his sons, they were all there in support of him. And he said that this was a very different atmosphere, and there weren't so many people in the court. But this was day 9, and this is supposed to last 8 weeks. So you have to imagine that not everyone can always be inside the courtroom for every single moment right here. In just a few moments, we are going to be joined by Nima Rahmani. He is a former federal prosecutor and the president of West Coast Trial Lawyers right here, as we continue our live coverage here on Live Now from Fox's YouTube stream. I mean, a lot of different events happening today, a lot of discussion there in our live stream chat. So we appreciate all of you to be here and to join us. I know there's a lot of questions right now about different tactics and different strategies in terms of, the defense, but also, of course, the prosecution as well. And, why each side, why they do certain things, why they ask certain questions, and why they don't. What is it that makes them decide, I am not even going to cross-examine you, or I'm going to maybe ask you 1 or 2 questions and then move on. So it's a game of chess, as all of our experts have told us, not checkers. So all of these, individuals, the attorneys, the teams, really looking 3 to 4 steps ahead, maybe 12, and not just what's in front. Although it is still so important to make sure that the jury understands why they're seeing what they're seeing, why they're hearing what they're hearing, because, as we were speaking with one of the attorneys earlier, Eric Faddis, is you run the risk of creating white noise and creating that sense of boredom with jurors who really just end up ignoring a lot of the testimony if they don't understand, why they are hearing what they are hearing. No movement yet, though. As we continue to take a live look right here, we haven't seen any of the family members leave. Oftentimes, we do see some of those witnesses leave. We don't really know what this forensic expert looks like, but we haven't seen the photographer right there move to follow anyone getting into a car. And that's typically what happens because, obviously they're there for the Sean Diddy Combs trial. So if someone is, being followed, we understand that they have a role to play in that, as we can continue to take a look at this. So the forensic expert was the 16th witness called by the prosecution. The jury just being dismissed moments ago, and the trial is going to resume on Tuesday. So no court tomorrow, that is typical. And then Monday is the Memorial Day holiday. So the judge, before dismissing, giving the jury strict instructions to avoid any and all conversations over the holiday weekend. Continuing our live coverage as we do wait for Nima Rahmani to join us, we're going to be asking him a lot of different questions, including the strategy when it comes to the jury over the an extended holiday weekend. What is the strategy there? And also with the judge giving strict instructions. When you talk about such a high profile case, how does one actually completely, I mean, unless you're sequestered, right? You are subjected to outside elements, whether you want to be or not, whether you're maybe in the supermarket, buying some hot dogs or hamburgers for your barbecue and you overhear a conversation, or what if you see a magazine cover, what do you do? I mean, these people, have to live their lives as well. So we're going to be interested in speaking with Nima on that as we continue. Day 9 wrapping up right here on this Thursday as the jury just dismissed in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. We do see that Nima Rahmani has just hopped on, so we're going to give a quick audio check and continue that live coverage. All right, so this trial resuming on Tuesday as the jury dismissed in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial. This is the Memorial Day weekend, so the jury leaving for 4 days instead of the typical 3, and obviously that might play a factor into all of this. To talk more on this, I do want to bring in Nima Rahmani, former federal prosecutor and president of West Coast Trial Lawyers. Nima, we appreciate it. You joined us yesterday. You are a frequent friend here on Live Now from Fox. So I want to ask you this. This was a very, I would say it was a quicker day than what we've seen. And the pace at which the witnesses went on and off the stand really picked up, especially after the lunch. Now the jury is off for 4 days. When it comes to the psychology, when it comes to the memory, when it comes to dissecting, is it helpful or does it actually hurt to have a jury leave for a longer period of time?
It can be helpful if you finish strong before the jury leaves. And that's what the prosecution was trying to do today. And that's why they put Kid Cudi on the stand. This is really another victim, and not a sexual assault victim, a victim in terms of his car being lit on fire with a Molotov cocktail. Now, Kid Cudi wasn't able to definitively tie it to Combs, but he certainly did suspect it. And he said that the reason he broke up with Cassie was because of Combs's violence and the fact that he feared for his own life.
Yeah, so let's talk about that because everyone really wanted to hear from Kid Cudi. Do you feel like he really helped the prosecution? Again, he said he couldn't definitively tie Sean Diddy Combs with the explosion of his car. However, we did hear from Cassie last week testifying that Sean Diddy Combs was so upset after hearing that the two were dating that he threatened to do just that. And then maybe just a few days later, that act actually happened. how strong of a case did Kid Cudi make for the prosecution?
I thought he was a very good witness. I mean, here's someone, again, who was affected by Combs personally. Combs broke into his home when he found out that he was dating Cassie. I mean, that's something that the jurors would really take issue with, right? And the arson is important because when it comes to the racketeering, that is a predicate act. And the fact that you had the threat made and the car actually catching on fire, even though there's no smoking gun evidence, no admission, Combs obviously denied it. And maybe he even sent someone else to do his dirty work. I still think it was helpful because this way the prosecution can potentially get to racketeering even if they can't prove the sex trafficking. So that would be a huge win. Obviously, we know the defense is arguing consent and saying that there was physical violence, but there was no sex trafficking or sexual abuse or assault. So the fact that you have this other type of violence against someone else that can be a racketeering predicate act is important. I do think the defense scored some points. One of the most important things that they got out, and this was Brian Steele, who was Young Thug's lawyer, thought he did a good job with Kid Cudi. He got an admission that Cassie, even though she talked about physical violence, never talked about sexual violence or sexual abuse. So I think that was a big win for the defense here today.
Yeah, and it was also a different line of a testimony right there when it came to, we've been hearing for the male escorts, we've been hearing from maybe like the makeup artist, but this was a different perspective and almost a more of an outside perspective as well. We were also hearing from the general manager of this, ritzy Beverly Hills hotel, talking about the profile that was created for Sean Diddy Combs, and then obviously the pseudonyms that ensued with Frank Black. We were hearing last on the stand the computer forensic agent stating that he recovered on one of the Cassie's laptops the user profile name Frank Black. Can you talk about the logic, the thought process that the prosecution is doing when calling these certain witnesses in this particular order?
As another important witness, again, a shorter witness, but I live here in Los Angeles. I happen to be at the Le Petit L'Hermitage on Saturday. So now I'm just thinking to myself, which room was Diddy's room? Because under his profile, Combs had two things. Uses a lot of candle wax and there's oil all over the room, and to take another $1,000 authorization to clean his room afterwards. This is consistent with how the freak-offs were set up. You heard from now two executive assistants who said they would go and set up the room with the baby oil and the candles, and then they would have to go clean up the room afterwards. So the room would be ransacked. The jurors saw pictures of the room being destroyed after these freak-offs that would last sometimes days. So again, this is all consistent with the story Cassie is telling, that, hey, maybe this wasn't consensual. Folks were paid to participate in these freak-offs, and they were paid to set it up and clean it up. So I thought it was good testimony for the government there today.
I also want to ask you this, because the jury dismissed for the long Memorial Day holiday. As in every single case, the judge says, don't consume media involving this. Don't discuss this to anyone. But this is not just any case. I mean, this is a case that has international attention. People are talking about this consistently. How does a juror do that when it comes to, especially you're not being sequestered, you're living your life, this is a holiday weekend, you're out and about, when it comes to those instructions, can you walk us through in terms of how a jury can do that? I mean, what if you mistakenly happen to hear a conversation about this? What if you're at the supermarket and you see a magazine cover? Like, do you confess to the judge? How does this all work?
That's a great question, Stephanie, and it's very difficult. The entire country, maybe the world, is talking about this case. You'd have to be living under a rock not to know what's going on. I mean, the allegations are so salacious. It has celebrities, it has sex, it has drugs, it has violence, it has race, it has gender issues. Really, it's a unicorn type case. Maybe the trial of the century, maybe one of the biggest trials, certainly since Johnny Depp, maybe going back to OJ. So is it realistic for someone who is a juror to go for 2 months without anyone talking to them about the case? Probably not. Really, the only way you can prevent it, though, is to sequester the jurors And that's such an imposition. You put them in a hotel for 2 months, you take their phones away, they can't communicate with their friends and family members. Already it's tough to get people to show up for jury duty. And if you start doing things like that, I don't think anyone will want to serve as a juror. So, you're hoping if you're the judge in the case or one of the lawyers that jurors take that oath seriously, they're going to follow instructions. But I've seen many cases where people who shouldn't be watching live now or other news or social media about the case, they do go on, they get information about the case, they start talking about it with other potential jurors, and that raises the real possibility of a mistrial. So all you can do is give that admonition, give that instruction. You hope that jurors are going to follow it. But I agree with you, Stephanie, especially for a long weekend when jurors are ordinary people, it's going to be tough for them not to see or hear anything.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that, Diddy's defense team, is thinking about this when it comes to strategy, right? When it comes to saying that, there was discussion that this was tampering of some sort. I have to imagine, given the high profile nature, they're going to lean into that. And it's going to be interesting to see how all of this shapes up because, like you said, it's so hard to completely shield yourself. You could sequester, like in the OJ case, but that is so extreme and people have to live their lives. It's going to be really interesting to see. So court resuming on Tuesday, as we look ahead to the next week of testimony, and my gosh, who really knows like what's going to come out of that? What are you keeping a very close eye on for next week, for the opening of Tuesday? Again, these jurors have been off for a couple of days. You kind of got to get that momentum back up and running. If you're the defense, what are you hoping happens?
Well, if I'm in the defense, I'm concerned because I think I'm really far behind in this case. I didn't think before the trial started that Diddy would testify, but now he may have to in some sort of Hail Mary type defense. But taking one step back, Stephanie, just talking about all those jurors, I could tell you when I was a prosecutor, the two most nervous times I was in any case was one, obviously, when the jury is in that deliberation room and returning a verdict. But the second, once I would get that guilty verdict, was when the lawyers would talk to the jurors because I'm like, please do not say anything that may be improper, unlawful, inappropriate, that may cause the defense to have an argument to mistrial the case. Now, turning to next week, right now we have the computer forensics expert, the HSI agent on the stand. Well, one thing I have thought throughout this entire trial was that the video evidence is going to make or break the case. And we know, obviously, about the 2016 hotel video. We've all seen it. But Combs would reportedly videotape a lot of these freak-offs. I know the jurors have seen stills. And again, he reportedly had cameras in his home. So what video evidence is there? And we're just getting into Cassie's laptop right now. But I want to know about Combs's iPads, his phones, his many phones, what security and surveillance he has in his own home, what video evidence is going to come in. And in my opinion, Stephanie, video is the best evidence. But people can lie, but video doesn't lie. So that's what I'm looking for next week.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting to see, like you said, what was taken, during those search warrants once they were executed. We started off maybe with the laptops, but I have to imagine they're going to ratchet it up and really show some of these videos, some of these photos. It's going to be really interesting to see. Before we let you go, Nima, any final thoughts that you want to leave our viewers with? They have been with us every step of the way. They're also going to be taking a break alongside everyone once, because the jury has been dismissed. They're going to be back with us on Tuesday. But as we all await court to resume on Tuesday, any final thoughts that you would want to leave us with?
My final thought is obviously Kid Cudi testified today, but will there be other celebrities called to the witness stand? Will they be named? I mean, obviously Michael B. Jordan is one that has been linked to Cassie, but are there going to be any others? Because there were a lot of celebrities at Combs's parties. There are other people who, at least in the civil lawsuits, or have alleged to participate in these freak-offs. Is it going to be limited to Combs and Ventura, or are we going to start hearing about other names as well? I mean, starting, but I think that's the big question everyone has going into this weekend.
And I also want to ask you, you bring up a really interesting point, because again, everyone and our live stream viewers have been asking, okay, so we've heard, all of these names, Michael B. Jordan, we've heard Mike Myers, which I think raises a lot of questions. When you take a look at, the argument from the prosecution side, could it help when you bring in such a high profile person? I mean, Kid Cudi, everyone was really interested in hearing from him, but all these other celebrities that people have been buzzing about, could that help strengthen the prosecution's case? Obviously, it depends on the testimony, but when you just think about keeping the jurors' attention span, right? You want to just spark that attention. You want them to really focus in. Do you think that could hurt or help the prosecution? Obviously, depending on what the testimony is.
Sure. I think it can help if it's credible evidence. Obviously, we've all been waiting for Kid Cudi to testify. Even the prosecution was telling the judge, it's going to happen this week, right? Yesterday or today, and it ended up being today. I think jurors, like anyone else, so that the celebrity factor looms large. What you don't want is to kind of go down this rabbit hole. Again, there are a lot of different celebrities named in the different civil lawsuits. If you're the government, you don't want to put on evidence that you're not really sure about, that you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt, because then all of a sudden you don't want to create unnecessary holes in your case. So what I see the government doing is really trying to keep this narrow, focused on Cassie, their star witness. We're going to see what happens with victim 2, maybe victim 4. We'll see if victim 3 shows up or not. But you see them just really trying to keep this tight and not going off on tangents.
You bring up some of these victims, and one also, was kind of MIA, and the prosecution, indicated to the judge that they weren't sure if this person was going to show up or not. Can victims, and I know that this happens, victims just disappear, never to be seen again. But when it comes to that, can you compel someone? And I know that we've also spoken about that, invoking the fifth and then providing immunity. But if someone really just wants to disappear, can they?
They can. The law is that if you receive a valid subpoena, you have to show up. And we saw that with George Kaplan, right? He said today that he didn't want to testify against his former employer, and he was doing so only because he was subpoenaed and compelled to testify pursuant to a grant of immunity. But just like anything else, we've seen people just disappear, not show up for court. What the judge can do is issue an arrest warrant, sometimes called a body attachment. Marshals can go out and actually arrest that person and bring them in. I don't know if Judge Subramanian would do that, if the government would ask, because obviously here's a victim of sexual abuse, physical abuse. But again, I've seen it many times where it's a domestic violence case, sexual abuse case, where the victim does go sideways. It happens a lot, and they just disappear and don't show up.
Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to have to see what happens next week, minute by minute. This case is just fascinating on so many levels. Nima, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thanks, Stephanie. Have a great weekend, and I'm sure we'll talk next week.
Oh, no doubt we will. All right. We are taking another live look right here outside. We've been monitoring this live look outside the federal courthouse here in Manhattan. And yesterday we did see 2 of Sean Diddy Combs' sons walk out just about 30 minutes after the jury was dismissed. We're kind of coming up on that time. So we are going to want to hang on this live look right here, because you can see that the camera has been moving just a little bit here and there. So we are going to be staying with this live look as we continue our coverage. And we're also going to be reaching back out to Larry Neumeister, who is an AP reporter. He has, been inside, and we do want to see if he is going to be available to speak with us right here. So we are going to reach out to him and see if he's available. Obviously, he also might be, walking out as well at the moment. No doubt it was, a lot of people in there. So we are going to see the jury was dismissed a little over 30 minutes ago. So, really coming down at around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time, stating that the jury was dismissed. The trial will resume on Tuesday. So we're coming up a little over 30 minutes time. But as you can imagine, this isn't quick to get out of a federal courthouse right here. A lot of times, you know, you have to retrieve some of your belongings that may have been stored in a locker in the lobby before you walk through the doors right there, the metal detectors and such. You know, a lot of security that you have to get to. And also, of course, elevators and stairs. I mean, this is not an instantaneous process to go from the courtroom to the street. So we are going to continue to just take a look at this shot right here. No audio really from all day long. And I'm just raising the audio right here. I don't hear anything at the moment right here. So unfortunately, we don't hear the sights and the sounds, but we do see the sights. As we continue our live coverage, day 9 of the Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial wrapping up amid some rainy weather there in New York City. It's not been great weather there, but, you know, folks have endured the jury being dismissed for this Memorial Day weekend as we continue right here on our Live Now from Fox YouTube stream. So Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister is going to be joining us in just a moment. The jury dismissed a little over 30 minutes ago here at the Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. Really no movement of any kind here outside the courthouse. We have been monitoring this live look. Now, yesterday, we did see 2 of Sean Diddy Combs' sons walk out. It's unclear as to whether they were inside the court today, but we do have this live look as we continue with that. I will be asking Larry once he joins us whether any of the family members were in the court. That will indicate, you know, whether we will see them perhaps, or, you know, perhaps they might be exiting from a different point. But we have always seen them, at least up until now, walking through and exiting through those front doors of the federal courthouse right here. The trial is set to resume on Tuesday. Court is closed tomorrow. That is typical. It is also closed on Monday because it is Memorial Day weekend. So on Tuesday, prosecutors plan to call Capricorn Clark, who is Combs' former assistant and marketing team member. What's interesting to note is Capricorn Clark is the assistant who Kid Cudi said called him. So when Kid Cudi was on the stand earlier today, he testified that he was with Cassie, who he was dating at the time, Cassie being Sean Diddy Combs' former girlfriend. So Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs apparently were on a break. And that is when Kid Cudi and Cassie began their relationship. So when they were together one day, Kid Cudi testified that he received a call from Capricorn Clark, who he testified was very nervous and says was on the verge of tears, telling both Cassie and Kid Cudi that Sean Diddy Combs and one of his assistants were inside Kid Cudi's home. She was outside in the car and didn't want to be there, but she wanted to call them and let them know. That is when Kid Cudi says that he called Sean Diddy Combs, who said that they wanted to talk. However, when Kid Cudi says he arrived back at the home, no one was inside. He did notice, he testified that his security cameras had been moved, that some of his presents to his family had been opened and placed on, the kitchen counter, and that his dog had been locked inside a bathroom, which he says he had not done prior to leaving. So that is the significance of Capricorn Clark, because we are going to be expecting to hear the line of questioning of, did you in fact call Kid Cudi to let him know that Sean Diddy Combs and his associate had, gotten inside his home? This also is a part of the testimony because Cassie last week had testified that when Sean Diddy Combs found out she was dating Kid Cudi, he got very upset and threatened to firebomb Kid Cudi's convertible and hurt him. So today on the stand, Kid Cudi said, yes, my convertible, my Porsche was firebombed. There was a Molotov cocktail that was placed in the driver's side seat. It appeared that the roof of my convertible was cut open and the Molotov cocktail was placed inside. Days after Cassie says she and Sean Diddy Combs had that conversation. So this all points to that, alleged timeline that everyone has testified. Kid Cudi did say that Sean Diddy Combs never admitted to firebombing his convertible, and there was no evidence of Sean Diddy Combs or any assistants in the vicinity at the time of that bombing. So Capricorn Clark would actually have physically been outside Kid Cudi's house if that alleged conversation happened. So that is the significance of her testimony on Tuesday. It's going to be very interesting to see what she states there on the stand. The prosecutors will also likely call witnesses from the LA police and fire departments. We also know that Kid Cudi filed a police report after he says he walked into that apparent break-in where he found, items and presents opened. He found his dog locked in the bathroom, and also the security cameras moved from where they were previously stationed. So another big day on Tuesday when testimony resumes. We're going to be speaking with Associated Press reporter Larry Neumeister to really break down the latest. We had been speaking with him at 1 o'clock, which is when the lunch break, ended. So we were talking with him about Kid Cudi. We were talking with him about George Kaplan, who was one of the former employees. He was the first to take the stand, continuing his testimony today. So we're going to now talk to him about the very latest. We were hearing from, several different witnesses, including Beverly Hills Hotel general manager. We were hearing from a former makeup artist who worked with Cassie and Sean Diddy Combs. We were hearing from a computer forensic expert as well, as they all gave relatively a brief testimony, about 30 minutes apiece. That included direct examination and cross-examination as well. So once Larry joins us, continuing our live coverage as day 9 wrapping up out of New York City and Sean Diddy Combs's sex trafficking trial. As we await Larry Neumeister to join us, he is the Associated Press reporter who has been inside the courtroom for every day of testimony and even before. He really has been giving us invaluable insight into Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor, what he looked like, who he looked at, when he had reactions. I mean, this is insight that's just so interesting because we can get the testimony, we can get what is going on, but those nuances are absolutely invaluable as we continue our live look right here outside the New York City courthouse. Just absolutely interesting to continue to see as we continue our coverage there as well. A rainy day, and usually we do see just a little bit of activity. Once court has concluded right here, it doesn't really seem to be the case. But just yesterday, we were seeing at least two of Sean Diddy Combs's sons walking outside. So we're continuing to keep a very close eye on this shot right here as the trial resuming on Tuesday. So a very interesting day. Wrapping up, starting with one of the former employees of Sean Diddy Combs as he took to the stand, George Kaplan, testifying. And this is a person, as we continue to take a look at this is a person who had originally said, I didn't want to be here. He was someone who was subpoenaed, meaning he was forced to appear. When he did appear before the judge, he said, you know what, I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right not to incriminate myself. And so the judge granted him immunity. He then testified, but said that he was only doing so because he had no other option. So he painted a very interesting picture. He indicated that a part of his job was to prepare some of these hotel rooms with items to make it more comfortable with Sean Diddy Combs. But he mentioned that at no point was he aware, he testified, that all of these items were going to be part of, the alleged freak-offs. He also indicated that he witnessed a physical violence between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie, specifically on a plane ride to Las Vegas. He mentioned that there was broken glass, and we do see the revolving door right there. Just a couple of folks exiting the federal courthouse. It doesn't seem that they're necessarily tied to this case. But George Kaplan did testify that he saw, broken glass. He saw the violent exchange between Sean Diddy Combs and Cassie. He also testified that he never went to police. He never reported it because he didn't feel like it would be good for his career. He was in his young 20s. And so he says that he wasn't sure whether this was just standard for the entertainment business or the industry. He testified that Cassie was screaming, "Doesn't anyone see this?" As she was there on her back on the grounds of the airplane right there. He also stated that there is a very complicated, dynamics when it comes to, his relationship with Sean Diddy Combs. He says that he respects Sean Diddy Combs, that he taught him a lot, calling it a difficult relationship, but ultimately he did testify that he walked away from the job. He left the job. He quit because of all of that. So we do see the camera zooming in right here to someone leaving the courthouse. We haven't seen any of Sean Diddy Combs's sons leave, but we are continuing to wait on that. It took about 30 minutes or so until they exited the building at that point in time. So we are just waiting on that live look right here to see should we see anything as well. All right, so we do see that, we have coverage all over the place right now. Also, we see that the camera is moving up and down And so sometimes that indicates that they're adjusting for perhaps someone departing the federal courthouse right here. As we continue to monitor this, I did want to just stay on this live look, but bring you some additional information as we continue our live coverage right here. The trial resuming on Tuesday, court closed tomorrow, Friday. That is typical, although they are also going to be covered on Memorial Day as well, closed, I should say. And then on Tuesday, prosecutors plan to call Capricorn Clark, who is Sean Diddy Combs's former assistant and marketing team manager, to the stand. And what is interesting on that is that she is the one who Kid Cudi said called her to state that Sean Diddy Combs was inside his home alongside another accomplice. All right, so we do see that Larry Neumeister, a reporter with the Associated Press, hopping on with us as he is exiting the courthouse. We always appreciate him doing that. We're going to do a quick mic check with him, continuing our coverage in just a moment. All right, so we have seen the exterior shot of the federal courthouse going in and out, and sometimes that indicates that the photographer there is wrapping up the day, as just about an hour or so ago, a little less than that, the judge dismissing the jury for the Memorial Day holiday weekend. This is a live look at the rainy skyline of downtown New York City. And joining us once again is Larry Neumeister, a reporter with the Associated Press. He has been covering this trial the moment it began inside the courtroom as well. Larry, once again, we appreciate you braving the elements, joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, the prosecutors say they're still on track to probably get the trial done by July 4th. So that's the progress they're making. That's been the goal from the start by everybody. And that's assuming that the defense only takes about a week to present any witnesses they might have. You know, of course, Sean Combs himself would have the opportunity to testify. In these kind of cases, normally the defendant chooses not to. I have seen some surprises over the years, though. I remember years ago, the boxing promoter Don King was on trial, and he insisted on testifying himself, surprised everybody, and won the case. He was exonerated on criminal charges. So sometimes, especially when a celebrity testifies, they can really turn the case around. So who knows what will happen here?
I mean, my gosh, if Sean Diddy Combs were to take the stand, I think, holy moly. I mean, there has been so much already that has been explosive, that has been just eye-opening and powerful and jaw-dropping. If he were to take the stand, that would be absolutely fascinating. You know, we were talking with you, around the lunch break. Kid Cudi was on the stand. We saw a number of other witnesses also testify. You know, any striking moment, and I know we've been asking you this each and every day, but, you know, any striking moment, you were talking about Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor prior to the lunch break, talking about, you know, how he actually emotionally reacted when his former employee was praising him and saying he respected him. Really no reaction with Kid Cudi. But what can you share with us as you were inside the courtroom? You were watching Sean Diddy Combs. You were watching some of these, you know, witnesses. You were watching the jury. You know, describe that scene for us.
Well, one of the interesting things to me was several times Kid Cudi yawned. You know, it just openly yawned. It was not a quick yawn either. It went a little bit, and no juror yawned with him. You know, it's interesting. They always say sometimes when you see someone yawn, you'll yawn too. But to me, it illustrated just how alert this jury is. I mean, they're oftentimes leaning in their seats toward whatever witness is testifying. They look back and forth between the witness and the lawyer that's asking the questions. They take a lot of notes. They're often leaning forward, looking at the monitor in front of them, where they can see photographs and exhibits and printouts of documents, and things like that. So this jury is really paying attention, and all the participants are very good. The defense lawyers are very good. The prosecutors are very good, and this judge is sharp too. So everyone involved in this trial is excellent. You don't see that in every trial. So when you have every person involved is kind of sharp, it really makes it for a more entertaining trial.
I also want to ask you this, Larry, because obviously the jury has been instructed really, to have poker faces, not to have too much of these like big moments, but you can kind of get a sense, especially when you're in there, you can get a sense of maybe their mood or their demeanor. You said that they're very interested. Do you get a sense of how they perceive Sean Diddy Combs?
You know, I've been surprised that they don't seem to look at him all that often. You know, some juries, you see them looking at the defendant all the time. I haven't seen much of that. I imagine it's because certainly last week and somewhat this week too, they've heard a lot of grisly testimony about, unsavory sexual things and violence and things like that. So oftentimes when that kind of evidence comes out, juries become a little uncomfortable looking at the defendant, or sometimes it causes them to look at him more. But in this instance, they don't seem to be looking at him a lot. They seem much more focused on the witnesses and the lawyers. And his defense lawyers, I have to say, are scoring some points. They're very good at getting some witnesses who are called by prosecutors by subpoena, which means they don't really want to testify. They're getting them to open up and say nice things about Sean Combs and really put a positive light on the defendant. A good example of that was this morning, when George Kaplan, a former personal assistant to Combs, said all these nice things about him and how much he looks up to him and considered him such an icon and really enjoyed working for him and learned so much from him and still wishes him happy birthday every year. He actually got some smiles out of the jury, and the defense did a great job of getting what was the prosecution witness to say some things that may cause the jury to look a little more favorable on Sean Combs.
Larry, you bring up a really interesting point because, there's been that question of, who Sean Diddy Combs is. But I also wonder if that also helps the prosecution to show the power and the charisma of Sean Diddy Combs. He ultimately, as you know, George Kaplan ended up leaving the job because he just couldn't handle it anymore. And we were hearing from the clinical psychologist yesterday about the dynamic between someone with power and someone that doesn't, the control, the charisma, the love bombing, etc. And it's interesting that obviously that was a professional type relationship, but there was still that kind of power dynamic involved in that. Really interesting to see.
Right. You're absolutely right. Everything you just said is so perfect, because it's true that defense lawyers oftentimes think they're scoring with these. The prosecutors reverse the whole spin on it and say the kind of things and make the kind of points that you just made, and it totally reverses all the gains that the defense made in the eyes of the jury. So that is a very good point. And it could very well, I'm sure it probably will, certainly prosecutors will put that kind of spin on it. I mean, I saw Maureen Comey, who's the lead prosecutor in this case, put on an incredible rebuttal summary at the Ghislaine Maxwell trial related to the Jeffrey Epstein abuse of women. And it was the final nail in the coffin for her conviction. So much can be done with closing arguments at the end of this trial. But today, some of the testimony in the afternoon that you touched on was interesting. They had a woman who used to be a makeup artist describing a moment when she saw, or at least heard, because Sean Combs had closed the hotel room door, but heard him beating up Cassie, and then she came out of the hotel room after he left, with injuries, on her body and eyes, and that was makeup artist Mila Morales. Yeah, said she ended up with a swollen eye, busted lip, and knots in her head, and she testified about that. Then a hotel manager from Beverly Hills, Frederick Zemore, testified this afternoon that Sean Combs, who would register at the hotel under the name Frank White or Frank Black, whenever he was in the room, they had a notation in their paperwork to charge $1,000 extra, because there would always be like wax on everything and excessive amounts of oil all over the room. And that's refers back to the testimony that Cassie had last week, that she was subjected to these sexual performances that involved a lot of oil and wax and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really interesting testimony. I do want to ask you this, because yesterday we saw that two of Sean Diddy Combs's sons were there. You had mentioned a very big difference between last week in terms of the familial support with Combs's mother and children. Did anyone attend today?
Well, yes, his sister was there, and at the end of the day, he smiled a while. He was kept in the room, it seemed like about 5 or 7 minutes after the jury had left and after the lawyers had finished making some comments. And he turned around, and as he has done almost every day, he looks toward his friends and his sister and kind of taps his heart a few times, smiled at her. They actually exchanged a few words. I wasn't able to hear exactly what they were saying, but it was just a couple words here and a couple words there by each of them before he was led out of the courtroom by the marshals. There was more levity in the courtroom, believe it or not, today than I've seen in any day of the trial. There were instances where things were said that, the jury chuckled a little. There were references to various things, especially when that George Kaplan was testifying, the funny things he would say. At one point, he remarked that, he still wishes Combs a happy birthday every year, but when he invited him to his wedding, he never heard back from him. And I think even some jurors chuckled at that.
Yeah, and I have to imagine, Larry, this is such a heavy and oftentimes disturbing trial with all of the testimony and the allegations that people almost are hungry for those lighter moments and are actively seeking them out.
Yes, I used to do a little thing on Twitter where I'd send out little fixtures, and one of them I called gavel humor, because humor in a courtroom is so different than humor on the street. You're absolutely right that people get so tense and worried, and there's nervous energy in there. So anytime anyone makes the slightest humorous remark, people laugh like crazy in a courtroom in a way they would never laugh if they were in an elevator with someone. So that,
yeah, it's like relieving the pressure. You have to release that, otherwise you're probably just it's too much, I think.
Absolutely. And when we come back on Tuesday, by the way, there's going to be some testimony that will be sort of related to the testimony by Kid Cudi today, which is they're going to have Capricorn Clark come in. She was a personal assistant as well to Sean Combs. And she maintains that the day when Sean Combs and another person, at least Cudi believes, entered his residence, because Combs was angry that he was dating Cassie, Capricorn Clark called him from a car, maintaining that she was physically forced to go with them to his home. That both Combs and one of his security guys had forced her into a car, made her go to his home. And when they were out of the car, she actually reached out to Kid Cudi and said, look, these guys are at your house right now. And when he got out there, he found that some Christmas gifts were opened and that his dog was locked in a room. And he maintains that his dog was never the same afterward. The dog has since died.
Oh gosh. Well, I mean, her testimony is really going to connect the dots. And you and I have been talking about it, is that you have this testimony and you have to piece it together, but she's almost like the linchpin when it comes to Cassie testifying last week, stating that Combs made these threats. Kid Cudi states that, his house was apparently broken into, that his car was, firebombed. And then you have her, to actually put the people in the location where this all happened. It's going to be very interesting to see. And also, Larry, very interesting to see the cross-examination, I imagine, of her as well. It's just fascinating. We appreciate you giving us the insight because it's invaluable. Like, we are here on the outside. You are there on the inside each and every day, giving us the perspective, the nuances that we just can't capture on the outside. So as always, we really appreciate you hopping on with us, braving the elements. I know it's been less than ideal there in New York City for the past couple of days, but we appreciate it.
Good weather will come again.
It always does. That's the nice thing. The clouds will always pass. So thank you, Larry, and happy Memorial Day to you.
Thank you. Have a good weekend.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, the weather not passing at the moment, as we're taking a live look there at the New York City skyline. Once again, just a little bit dreary right there. Another look, though, and you can see some of the sun there in the skyline right there. As we continue our live coverage, we are going to wrap up in just a number of moments. Unfortunately, we have lost our live look outside the federal courthouse there in Manhattan, as jury has been dismissed in the Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking trial. Today was day 9 of testimony. The trial and testimony will continue on Tuesday. This is the Memorial Day weekend, so they are taking an extended break right here. But as Larry was mentioning, on Tuesday, this is going to be a big one right here. Prosecutors plan to call Capricorn Clark to the stand. She is Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant and marketing team member. And as Larry was outlining, we initially heard her name today during the testimony of Kid Cudi. He testified that he actually received a phone call from Capricorn Clark stating that she was outside his home while Sean Diddy Combs and an assistant were inside. Kid Cudi testified that Clark appeared and seemed and sounded very distressed, as though she were on the verge of tears. Now, when Kid Cudi received that phone call, he testified that he was with Cassie at the moment. Cassie also calling him at around 6 a.m. that morning, very upset because she stated that Sean Diddy Combs found out that she was having a relationship to Kid Cudi. So as we continue, you can see an outline piecing together the strategy of the prosecution, as they initially had Cassie testify that Sean Diddy Combs was so upset over her relationship with Kid Cudi that she testified he threatened to firebomb his convertible and hurt Kid Cudi. Then you have Kid Cudi taking the stand today, detailing that Cassie called him very upset, stating that Sean Diddy Combs found out about their relationship, that she was afraid, and to have him come over. So the two of them were together when Kid Cudi testified. That is when Capricorn Clark called, also upset, stating that Sean Diddy Combs and an associate were inside his home. Kid Cudi then testified he went back to his home and did not find Sean Diddy Combs there. He didn't find anyone there, but he did notice that the security cameras had been moved. He noticed that some of the presents that he was going to give his family for Christmas had been opened. And he also testified that his dog had been locked inside the bathroom, whereas the dog was allowed to roam free. He also testified, and we were hearing this for Larry, that the dog was never the same since, continuingly jittery as well. So a very key witness right there, expected to take the stand on Tuesday. It's going to be very interesting to see how all of this plays out. Also, to prepare you for Tuesday, prosecutors also expect to call witnesses from the Los Angeles Police Department as well as the fire department, likely related to the Kid Cudi testimony. Now, Kid Cudi stated that after he walked into what he said appeared to be a break-in of his home, he called police and filed a police report, and then also detailed how his car was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail. He was actually with, another person when his dog sitter called to state frantically that his car was on fire. He then arrived, his Porsche convertible completely on fire, completely a loss. And we were sharing with you earlier a photo of the roof of the car. It appeared cut open. And he testified that someone had placed the Molotov cocktail on the driver's side seat through the roof of the car. So perhaps the fire department will then outline, exactly what their response was, what the evidence was that they came upon. So it's already been a very busy 9 days of testimony. The judge dismissing the jury just about 1 hour ago. They will have an extended break because this is the Memorial Day weekend. The judge instructing them not to discuss this case with anyone, not to consume any media in regards to this case. But as we were talking to Nima Rahmani, a former federal prosecutor, that is incredibly difficult to do. We're talking about a case that has garnered international attention. And you can imagine it's really difficult, especially if you're at a Memorial Day barbecue, a cookout, a party, you're at a restaurant, a grocery store. How do you not inadvertently hear or see something? You can't stay in your house forever. And that is a challenge that Nemo was saying prosecutors have, because the defense is going to keep that in their back pocket. And that can lead to a mistrial if they were to indicate that the jurors, did not adhere to those very strict instructions right there. We are coming upon 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific. We appreciate you sticking with us here on Live Now from Fox for this coverage right here as Day 9 has wrapped up. A beautiful look of New York City. A lot of activity inside that federal courthouse. Unfortunately, we don't have a live look anymore of the exterior. We were hearing from Larry that Sean Diddy Combs' sister was there to support him, as well as other friends as well. But he did not mention perhaps that some of his children were there. Yesterday, we did see that two of his children, two of his sons were in attendance. So we do have just continuous coverage. The court will resume on Tuesday at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Mike Paish is going to be your host, as he typically is, and he's going to have every single angle covered as we have done so, bringing on experts, bringing on inside reporters who are in there. They are watching Sean Diddy Combs. They are watching the jury. They are watching the witnesses, and they share everything with us as they're able to step out. This is federal court, so unfortunately, no cameras allowed inside. But that is where we come in here at Live Now from Fox. We are going to be your eyes and ears. We are going to give you the up-to-date developments as they happen, as they unfold. This is quickly, rapidly progressing, as you've seen. 3 witnesses called right after the lunch break concluded. So we appreciate you sticking with us. Everyone on the YouTube stream, we appreciate you chiming in, sharing your questions, sharing your thoughts, sharing your opinions. We are going to conclude this live stream, but we're going to be back 9 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday as we leave you with this live look right here of New York City.
If you crave nature but still shop online, Night and Day Herbals is your dream come true. Discover premium herbal soaps, shampoos, and CBD products. All organic, all for you. Shop now at nightandayherbals.com.